Have you ever tried to fall asleep, but anxiety wouldn't let you? Your body is ready to rest, but your mind keeps running. It jumps from what-ifs to worst-case scenarios, from small mistakes to big fears. It replays the day, predicts tomorrow, and slowly it tightens its grip until peace feels out of reach. This is the trap of anxiety. It tells you that worry is preparation, that rest is a risk, that unless every detail is solved, you can't let go. But what if there was another way? What if you could teach your mind to stay calm, even when life is uncertain? What if, instead of spiraling, you could settle? That's what the Stoics mastered. Not because they lived easy lives, but because they trained their minds for difficulty. They faced fear, loss, power, pain, and they met it with clarity. They didn't chase control. They focused on what they could influence, their thoughts, their actions, their perspective. And tonight, their wisdom becomes your tool. For the next 4+ hours, you'll be immersed in Stoic thought, quiet, steady reminders that anxiety is not truth. It's not the event that disturbs us, the Stoics taught, but our judgment of the event, and judgments can be changed. As your body falls into rest, your mind will absorb these teachings, gently loosening its grip on fear, slowly stepping back from over-analysis, and finally allowing space for stillness. You are not here to escape. You are here to understand. You are here to train the mind, not through force, but through awareness. Because the Stoics didn't sleep with a silent world, they slept with a strong mind. And so will you. Let anxiety dissolve. Let peace return. Sleep like a Stoic. Let's begin. In this video, we're going to take a deep dive into the heart of Stoic philosophy. We'll explore its core teachings and uncover how these ancient principles can still guide us today. The timeless phrases of Stoicism aren't just wise sayings. They're practical tools to help us navigate life's daily struggles, cultivate inner peace, and develop a resilient mindset. If this is your first time visiting my channel, please support the content by subscribing and liking the video so I can continue bringing you more valuable insights like these. Now, come along with me as we unravel the essence of Stoic wisdom and see how it can bring clarity and direction amidst the chaos of modern life. Discover the foundational ideas of Stoicism and learn how to apply them to your own journey with our ebook Stoic Mentality, a guide to contemporary living. You can find the link to it in the first pinned comment below. Let's begin. Everyone wants to see you succeed, but some only pretend to. Others will actively root for your downfall. That's why it's essential to learn self-reliance and remember that you are mortal. If you don't become independent and capable, the consequences later can be deeply painful. Let go of worrying about what others think. Really, who cares? Keep your thoughts to yourself and steer clear of fools. Their mindset is contagious. Some of your friends want to see you do well, just not better than them. The rest? They simply don't care. Learn to say yes and mean it. Don't agree to things just to make others feel comfortable. Always consult your own conscience before making commitments. Many people won't truly value you, especially when they see you as competition. Rule your life with your mind, not your emotions. Think back. Every poor decision you've made was likely driven more by emotion than reason. Always listen to your instincts. In ways you don't even realize, they understand things you haven't yet figured out. Know your worth, and never put yourself on clearance. When you lower your value, others will too. Time moves fast. Be grateful. No matter how bad things seem, they could always be worse. Live like there's no tomorrow and focus on what you love. The money will come. Don't torture yourself with regret. No one is perfect. Stop chasing happiness. Focus on staying positive, and joy will follow naturally. Be mindful of those who say they love you. Many don't mean it. Often, they're using you. Trust yourself, and trust your first instincts when making choices. Keep your expectations low when it comes to others, but always keep your standards high for yourself. Expecting too much from people is a formula for disappointment. Stay focused on your own growth. People will enter and leave your life. That's just how it goes. If you don't learn to control your mind, someone else will. Sometimes, the heartbreaks you experience are what finally clear your vision. Solitude is the price of growth. Be proud of yourself for surviving the days you thought would break you. Not everyone is going to like you, and that's okay. Stop oversharing. Most people don't care, and some are secretly hoping you fail. Be kind, but don't let people take advantage of you. It's better to be disliked for who you truly are than to be loved for pretending to be someone else. Don't destroy yourself trying to impress people who don't even have it together. Avoid those who make you feel alone, even when you're with them. Bad company is worse than no company at all. Make peace with your past so it doesn't ruin your present. Don't compare your life with others. You don't know the full story of their journey. Never underestimate how dangerous foolish people can be. No one else is going to figure out your life for you. It's your responsibility. Sometimes, everything can go wrong all at once, no matter how well you planned. If you're too nice, people will walk all over you. Be prepared for that. A negative phase can start out of nowhere. You have to be willing to swallow your pain and grow by yourself. Never let a single person be the source of all your happiness, because if they leave, they take your happiness with them. Trust carefully, not blindly. When you take on your friends' problems, you take on their burdens too. The smaller your circle, the fewer headaches you'll have. Never expect someone to catch you when you fall. Even if you're doing all the work for yourself, some people will still hurt you. But those rare few who are worth the pain, keep them close. Be proud of how hard you're trying. Don't look back. That's not the direction you're heading. Don't rely too heavily on anyone, because even your shadow disappears when you're in the dark. Focus on building your work and building your life. Work on yourself and build your fortune. In your lowest moments, you'll discover a lot. And remember, some of the best moments of your life still haven't happened yet. This is your world. Shape it, or someone else will. Bad habits are like soft beds, easy to fall into and hard to get out of. Nobody is too busy. It's always a matter of priorities. If something brings you joy, keep it quiet. The best decision I made was to stop telling everyone what I'm doing. Success without hard work is like trying to harvest where you never planted. Don't beg. Don't chase. Let life unfold. Sometimes you win. Sometimes you learn. If no one offers help, do it alone. Take your financial well-being seriously. Money is a powerful shield against many of life's challenges. Guard your time. Many people don't deserve a second of it. What people think about you is none of your business. You can't change the beginning, but you can start from where you are and shape the ending. Being alone gives you the chance to reconnect with yourself. Sometimes you need to stop assuming the best in people and start observing their actions. Don't pretend to be better than you are. Live at your own pace. Life's too short to waste on hate. Your darkest moment might end up being the best thing that ever happened to you. Envy is a waste of your energy. You already have what you need to begin. If you don't ask, the answer is always no. Treat others the way you'd want to be treated. And if you tell the truth, there's nothing to remember. Life isn't always fair, but be good anyway. The ones who don't take risks never accomplish much. Don't trust words, trust actions. Do yourself a favor. Get rich. Life is easier with money, not with time. If you can survive the chaos in your own head, you can survive anything. If someone doesn't appreciate you, they don't deserve you. Learn how to heal quietly. Not everyone needs to hear your pain. Stop expecting things from people. Everything will come to you when the time is right. Be patient and trust the process. Failure is just a bruise. It's not permanent. Avoid gossip. It's poison for your mind. At the root of all suffering is attachment. Time eventually reveals what you truly mean to someone. Stress might be temporary, but the lessons it teaches you can stay with you forever. If someone tries to bring you down, it's because they're already below you. Money isn't everything, but it solves a lot. No matter how smart, successful, or attractive you are, no one likes arrogance. Humility means everything. Never feel ashamed of having a good heart. All the good you give out will return, and often multiply. Don't feel guilty for doing what's best for you. Choose your circle wisely. The fastest way to grow is to be around people who are better than you. Hope for the best. Prepare for the worst. People want to see you do well, just not better than them. No is one of the most powerful words you can use. Don't exhaust yourself trying to please everyone. In your darkest moments, you'll often be alone, but those moments will make you wiser, stronger, and more courageous. No matter how kind or respectful you are, some people will still speak poorly of you behind your back. If you spend your life building someone else's dream, you're sacrificing your own. No matter how much good you do, people will always remember your mistakes. To get somewhere new, you must leave something behind. If you stay too long, you'll end up with nothing but regrets. You may not realize it, but the people you love the most are often your biggest weaknesses. The hard times are a blessing in disguise. They open your eyes to all the good you once took for granted. If you're impatient, life becomes harder. Patience, on the other hand, works miracles. Trust is easy to lose and hard to rebuild. Worrying won't fix tomorrow's problems. It only steals today's peace. Don't fear making tough decisions. Those are usually the ones that shape you the most. The more you hold on to your past, the less likely your future will shine with promise. Taking action is 10 times more powerful than simply reading or planning. Real-world experience remains life's greatest teacher. Every relationship, whether we admit it or not, carries some degree of self-interest. At the core, we are all a bit selfish. If you're not dating with marriage in mind, then you're probably in it for heartbreak. Let that sink in. A meaningful relationship begins with self-respect, because if you don't respect yourself, it's obvious to others. If you don't address misunderstandings quickly, they'll eventually become the very reason for distance between you and those you love. The people you care about could leave this world at any moment. Cherish them. Nothing is ever as simple as it appears. There's no better way to secure your future than by saving money consistently. The magic of compound interest can quietly transform your life. While good things often come to those who wait, they usually suffer during the wait. Still, the journey, though long and painful, is entirely worth it. Whether it's a machine, a home, or a relationship, regular maintenance is always less costly than fixing things after they're broken. In many places, your level of respect correlates with your financial status. We shed tears over people, but with time, those emotions fade, and time doesn't stop or rewind. Time is everything, and someday it will define who you became. When it's all said and done, what will really matter is your health and what you accomplished. Pain often leads us to our wisest choices because the fear of feeling that same pain again is a powerful motivator. In your darkest hours, you'll begin to see things more clearly. The harder your past was, the more radiant your future has the potential to be. You're unlikely to live a truly comfortable life with just one income stream. You need to create more. Most of what you fear will never actually happen. You attract what you embody. So if you want to do better, you have to become better. Learn how to cook a few simple meals. It's a life skill that will serve you well. Patience isn't weakness, it's strength. Sometimes you have to let go of something good to make space for something even better. Never accept disrespect, not even from yourself. Listen more and speak less, because wisdom often comes wrapped in silence. Make a budget and stick to it. Kindness is a universal language, one that even the deaf can hear and the blind can see. Worrying may feel like doing something, but in reality, it's like a rocking chair. It keeps you occupied but gets you nowhere. You can't begin a new chapter of your life if you're still rereading the last one. The best views only come after the hardest climbs. Success doesn't always shout. Sometimes it's just that quiet little voice at day's end whispering, "I'll try again tomorrow." Don't lose your sense of humor. Laughter is the soul's best medicine. You'll never see a rainbow if your head is always down. Pay off your credit card bills. It'll save you stress in the long run. The best revenge isn't anger, it's massive success. The more you give, the more life gives you in return. Tough times never last, but strong people do. The most precious currency isn't money, it's time. Spend it carefully. A ship might be safest in the harbor, but that's not why ships are built. How you treat others says more about you than it does about them. Life isn't about having what you want, it's about wanting what you already have. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Take the moment you have and make it perfect. Believe in yourself, and everything else will eventually fall into place. Don't fear taking risks or trying something new. Life's far too short to always play it safe. Own your actions. That's what maturity looks like. Take a deep breath. It's just a bad day, not a bad life. Don't say someday. Say now, because someday may never come. Give to small charities. Acts of kindness change lives. If someone never makes mistakes, it likely means they've never tried anything new. You can't change the wind's direction, but you can always adjust your sails to reach your goals. When life finally gets better, you'll look back and be glad you didn't give up. Forgive your ex. Let go of the people who are wrong for you. Only then can the right ones arrive. God knows when to send exactly what you need. No regrets. Just do better next time. There will always be someone who doesn't value you. Just don't let that someone be you. Seek genuine respect, not shallow attention. Be careful whom you trust. Salt and sugar look almost identical. Some things need to end for better things to begin. Time will always reveal what's true. If you truly matter to someone, they'll find a way, even if life separates you. So appreciate every moment with those you love. Stay private, stay discreet, and don't tell everyone everything. Handle your personal life with care. Money is a means, not an end. The real goal is freedom. You're responsible for your own happiness. If you depend on others to create it for you, you'll constantly be disappointed. Do what no one else can do, and you'll become what no one else can become. Stay calm. You've overcome tough times before, and you will again. A negative mindset will never lead to a positive life. If someone treats you like an option, walk away. Choose experience over possessions, because memories are life's true riches. Accept what is. Let go of what was. Trust in what will be. There are so many people who love you. Don't waste your energy on those who don't. You deserve everything: the career, the love, the family, the peace, the life. Your vision might be blurry now, but with time and patience, it'll clear up. Patience is your quiet ally. Never forget the people who stood by you in hard times. You are enough, just as you are. You have nothing to prove to anyone. No matter how painful your past was, you always have the chance to begin again. Sometimes you have to go through the worst to reach the best. You'll remain alone until someone sees your true worth. Take care of your body. It's a different kind of wealth. If you can make a woman laugh, you can make her believe anything. Hard times always show you who your real friends are. Better days are coming. Yes, you may wake up with a heavy heart some mornings, but remember, your strongest muscle and your worst enemy is your mind. Train it. Someone else's success doesn't diminish your own. Don't let the same people hurt you more than once. Accept that some people love to blame others. They'll even blame you for things you didn't do. Stop complaining. It's wasted energy. Besides, who's really listening? You can't control everything or everyone, but you can always control yourself. And that's even better. Always move at your own pace, not based on expectations from society, friends, or family. If the house is messy and the garden is wild this weekend, it's okay. In the future, you'll remember the fun you had, not the tidy home. Make time for joy. Learn to say, "I don't know." Be frugal. Eat simple, real food. Avoid wheat and limit carbs. The more you learn, the more foolish small minds will seem. Pay close attention to people's red flags. Block them out early. It'll save you so much pain and wasted time. Never take on responsibilities that don't belong to you. Never compromise your worth. Trust your instincts. And above all, never take your loved ones for granted. Set firm boundaries. Be selective about who gets access to your life. If you truly want to grow, find someone worth serving. Service gives you experience, connections, and a reputation for reliability. True mastery only comes from practice. Buy and rent what you can afford. The fewer things you own, the lighter your life will feel. Life is rarely black and white. Often, there is no right or wrong choice. Sometimes, you just have to wing it. Don't walk away from someone just to teach them a lesson. Walk away because you've learned yours. Life is far from over, but it's also incredibly short. If there's something you want to do, don't put it off. But also, don't trade your long-term goals for short-term pleasures. When you're unsure, just take the next small step. Build relationships with people you admire, not just those who accept you easily. Surround yourself with people whose values and habits you admire, not simply those who are easiest to connect with or who readily accept you. The people you spend your time with will heavily influence your direction in life. Be cautious not only about who you choose to marry, but even more so about the kind of person you become in a marriage. If you become a parent, understand that making mistakes is a necessary part of learning and growth. Don't wait too long to start. Time slips by quickly. The older you get, the harder it becomes to change your habits or direction. Aside from your family, most people don't care about your struggles or triumphs. Begin saving money now. Avoid the temptation to spend on extravagant homes, flashy cars, or maxed-out credit cards. In the long run, you'll find much more peace in financial stability. Life is rarely as terrible as it seems in the moment, and rarely as amazing as you hope it will be. Guard your health. Without it, nothing else matters. No amount of wealth can bring joy if you're constantly suffering physically or mentally. Aim to get married before turning 30, and if you want children, try to have them before 35. Work diligently and earn well before you hit 40, and strive to establish passive income sources by 50. Make it a goal to retire before 60. Do all you can for your family out of love, but don't expect anything in return, not even from your partner. You will never regret saying, "I love you" to someone, so don't wait until it's too late. Make it a habit to save money regularly. A small amount each week or month can bring a huge sense of security and peace. It might be hard to believe, but having a financial cushion truly contributes to your happiness. If something in your life is functioning well, don't tamper with it unnecessarily. Be loyal in your relationships or choose to stay single. It really is that straightforward. Expect nothing and learn to appreciate everything. Gratitude for the small, often overlooked aspects of life is what leads to inner peace. The harder you work, the more you seem to get lucky. Don't take things personally. People's actions are often reflections of their own inner battles. Forgive easily and be understanding, but don't allow yourself to be taken for a fool. Don't say maybe when you really want to say no. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Your self-respect must always outweigh your emotions. Don't let success inflate your ego or failure shatter your spirit. Discipline is the highest form of self-respect. If you're a generous person, know your limits, because others often won't respect them. Don't waste energy explaining yourself to people who have already made up their minds. They'll only hear what aligns with their perceptions. Accept constructive criticism, but never tolerate disrespect. If there's something you truly want, don't give up. Waiting is hard, but living with regret is harder. When you're angry, remain silent until your emotions settle. In life, you always have 3 choices: watch things happen, make them happen, or be confused about what just happened. Stay strong, even when it feels like everything is falling apart. People will judge you no matter what, so be true to yourself. You don't have to win every argument. Sometimes, agreeing to disagree is the wiser path. Live with no regrets, just lessons. Don't worry, just accept. Let go of expectations and embrace gratitude. Life is fleeting. The calmer your mind, the clearer your thoughts. The more genuine interest you show in others, the more engaging you will seem to them. If you never allow yourself to fall, you're just slipping through life. Hatred is a curse. It doesn't wound the one it's directed at, but it deeply harms the one who carries it. Let go of resentment like it's poison. We suffer more from our imagined fears than from actual reality. People evolve. Love can hurt. Friends might walk away. Life may not always go as planned, but it continues. So must you. Learn to say no without guilt. Explain your boundaries when needed and strive to be a good person, but don't waste your time proving it. Share your dreams sparingly, especially not with everyone you call a friend. Trust carefully. Keep your goals private until they are achieved. If you want to be seen as trustworthy, be honest. No one will care about your aspirations the way you do. You are the only person responsible for bringing them to life. Let go of past pain, but never forget the lessons they brought you. Controlling others may seem like power, but true strength lies in mastering yourself. Even the kindest souls have their limits. The path you choose matters more than how fast you're going. Control your thoughts, or they'll control you. Keep your personal life private. Discretion is strength. Don't make life-altering decisions when you're overwhelmed by fleeting emotions. To reach your highest self, you must first be capable of enduring the lowest points. As long as you're breathing, there's no obstacle you can't outlast. Thinking you're always right leaves no room for growth. Be patient. The best moments often arrive unannounced. Never regret any day. Good ones bring happiness, bad ones teach you, the worst days offer wisdom, and the best give memories. Life is a single, irreplaceable opportunity. Use it wisely. Be authentically yourself. Not everyone has to like you, and that's perfectly okay. Free yourself from the pressure to follow society's advice. Many don't even know what they're doing themselves. It might hurt at first, but eventually it makes you stronger. It's okay to walk certain paths alone. Your goals are personal and sacred. The family you build can be even more meaningful than the one you were born into. Life is short. Live it fully. Love is rare. Embrace it when it comes. Anger is harmful. Face it honestly. Moments of sweetness. Cherish them deeply. Missing someone doesn't necessarily mean they belong in your life. Sometimes missing is just part of healing. As you age, attend as many funerals as your heart can handle and listen to what people say. They rarely speak of accomplishments. Instead, they remember the kind of person someone was during their lifetime. Make sure you have at least one person who offers honest feedback. Be kind, generous, and gracious, but don't let others take advantage. Clinging too tightly to anything will only bring anxiety. Life doesn't unfold the way we want just because we wish it to. Pay attention to people's actions more than their words. Don't react with immediate anger. Let time settle your thoughts before responding. Words spoken in rage can't be undone. Keep your privacy sacred. There's no use regretting the past. You did your best with the knowledge you had at the time. People will see you for who you are, not who you needed them to be. Don't jump to conclusions. Be perceptive and give others time to reveal their true character. Never underestimate contempt. It can be deeply damaging. If someone consistently belittles or talks down to you, whether socially or professionally, remove them from your life. Never lend money unless you can afford to lose it. Borrowing may last days, but recovering it from careless hands can take years. Solve your problems before discussing them with others, especially friends. No matter how tough it gets, don't expose your weaknesses to those who might use them against you. People often enjoy watching others stumble. Don't give them that pleasure. Listen closely to those who tell you uncomfortable truths. Avoid the trap of self-pity. It's dangerously consuming. Just because you're in a dark place now doesn't mean you won't smile again. Pain is temporary. Sadly, we use our health to chase wealth, only to spend all our wealth later seeking one healthier day. Grudges don't harm those we resent. They only hurt us. Haters don't suffer. Only the ones who carry that hate do. Time will shape you more than anything else. It's the truest judge. You can't fight it. The only constant in life is change. Embrace it and you'll grow. Say please and thank you often. You can't rewrite the past, but you can shape the future by learning from it. One of the heaviest burdens we carry is expectation. It's better to be alone than with someone who brings you down. Once you stop chasing the wrong people or things, the right ones find their way in. There are no shortcuts to places worth going. You won't know how strong you are until strength is your only option. Don't let what you can't do overshadow what you can do. The best way to build confidence is to face what you fear. A river doesn't cut through rock because of force, but because of persistence. There's no elevator to success. You'll need to take the stairs. The greatest risk in life is not taking any at all. Happiness isn't something to delay for someday. It's something you must create now. Life won't get better by accident. It gets better with intention and effort. The only real limits are the ones you impose on yourself. A small act of prevention is worth more than any cure. Focus on what you can influence and release what you can't. Take time to savor life's simple pleasures. Within them often lies our deepest joy. Give without expecting anything back. The only time you should look back is to see how far you've come. You can't live a positive life with a mind trapped in negativity. Doubt kills far more dreams than failure ever will. When life puts you under pressure, remember that even diamonds are made that way. If you're feeling exhausted, don't quit. Rest instead. Don't let yesterday's shadows dim the light of tomorrow. Never delay your joy waiting for a perfect moment. Tomorrow isn't promised. The first step to moving forward in life is deciding that you are no longer willing to remain in the same place. Rather than chasing after people, particularly women, focus on your personal growth, values, and cultivating kindness. The right person will come into your life at the right time without the need to chase after them. Never lower your head in defeat. Instead, keep it held high and face the world with confidence. The true measure of a man's character is revealed by what he does when no one is watching. You don't need to win every argument. Sometimes it's more important to simply agree to disagree. Make the decision to spend time with older individuals whose wisdom and life experiences are invaluable. Keep your circle small and maintain a private life, for peace of mind often comes with solitude. It's important to recognize that sometimes we create our own disappointments through the expectations we place on others. It's okay to make mistakes because they are a sign that you are trying. Remember, it's not things that should matter most to you, but people. And even the smallest lie can destroy the biggest trust. Be kind and generous, not because you expect something in return, but because it reflects the goodness within you. Embrace solitude, as it provides time for self-reflection and personal growth. Trust is something not everyone will earn, and it's important to acknowledge that not everyone will be trustworthy. Don't shy away from expressing your feelings, as vulnerability is a sign of strength. Rejection is part of life, and learning to handle it with grace is essential. Remember, it's just a bad day, not a bad life, and things will improve in time. Be careful not to overthink or trust too much. Loving too deeply can lead to disappointment, and while you may face disappointments many times, how you respond is what truly matters. Never allow anyone to make you feel undeserving of what you want in life. Do what is right for you, even if it means hurting someone you love. The days that break you are often the ones that push you to grow the most. Time waits for no one. It simply urges you to either catch up or stay behind. Never allow a relationship to damage your mental health, and remember that your happiness cannot depend on others. Being overly kind to the point of self-sacrifice will eventually break you. Trust yourself, as you have already overcome many challenges, and you will continue to do so. Comfort often weakens you mentally, and sometimes loneliness is the price you pay for growth. You are who you are, and you don't need anyone's approval to live your life. Learn more from what people do, rather than just listening to what they say. Don't expect anything from anyone, as this will save you from disappointment. Take advantage of every opportunity, because regrets often come from the chances we didn't take. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. Stop oversharing with others, as everyone comes into your life for a reason, but if they are meant to stay, they will. Your past is never a mistake if you've learned from it. When someone avoids you, respect their space and move on. People may forget what you said or did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. Some people are destined to cross your path, but are not meant to stay forever. The direction you're heading in is more important than how fast you're moving. Never fall in love with the same person twice, because the second time you're falling in love with the memories, not the person. View failure as a valuable teacher and a necessary stepping stone towards success. Celebrate even the small victories because they pave the way for larger accomplishments. Surround yourself with those who bring you peace and spend more time with them. Never be afraid to treat people the way they treat you. Be authentic and don't waste time on people who don't value you. Never hesitate to invest in yourself, as it pays off in the long run. Stop doubting yourself and believe in your potential. You can learn more about a person by what they say about others than by what others say about them. Trust your heart to guide you and let your mind lead you safely toward your goals. If you rely too heavily on one and neglect the other, you will lose balance. Life is a one-time experience, so do what makes you happy. You can't achieve great things if you're distracted by trivial matters. Remember that 5 years ago, you dreamed of being where you are today. Not everyone needs to be your friend, and that's perfectly okay. You don't always have to be on the move, doing something all the time. Take time to relax and give back, whether through a kind gesture or by helping someone in need. Everything happens for a reason, so don't be afraid to experience suffering. It's a natural part of growth. Don't sacrifice your health to make money, as you'll likely end up spending that money trying to recover your health. Be kind to others, but don't allow them to take advantage of your generosity. Your efforts are never wasted, even if others don't appreciate them. How others perceive you is not nearly as important as how you view yourself. To live like a king, you must work tirelessly toward your goals. Everything you need will come to you at the right time, so trust the process. You entered this world alone, and you will leave it alone. Therefore, remember that you have the strength to achieve the impossible by relying on your own determination and perseverance. Expect lies, for they are part of life. In the end, you'll likely regret more the things you didn't do than those you did. Things do not bring happiness, experiences do. Stay silent in moments of happiness, and also in moments of sadness, for both can be fleeting. Stop comparing yourself to others who may have started their journeys earlier. Focus on your own path, for you cannot change the beginning, but you can start right now and alter the end. If you waste money, you can always earn it back. But if you miss an opportunity, it may never return. Live with open eyes, ears, and heart, because strong people tend to be simple. You spend your first 20 years worrying about what others think of you, your next 20 swearing you no longer care, and then you realize, in your later years, that others are not thinking about you as much as you once believed. Never reveal your weaknesses to others. Always strive to showcase your best qualities, and never let your enemies see you at your lowest. Time passes swiftly. One day you're 30, and the next you're 50. Plan now how you want the rest of your life to unfold. Excellence is not a gift. It is a skill that requires practice. We don't perform excellently because we are inherently excellent. We achieve excellence by consistently acting with intention, effort, and intelligence. Our choices, not chance, determine our destiny. Friendship is a quick bond, but true friendship is something that matures over time. Happiness is the ultimate goal of life, the meaning and purpose behind our existence. A friend to all is often a friend to none. Patience may be bitter in the moment, but its fruits are sweet for those who learn to endure. Parents who educate their children well deserve greater honor than those who simply gave them life, for it is education that shapes the future. Music and the arts provide the keys to understanding life as they touch the deepest parts of our souls. Poets, though sometimes unaware of their own understanding, express what cannot be said plainly. To know oneself is the beginning of all wisdom, and an educated mind can entertain different thoughts without immediately accepting them. True friendship is when two souls are intertwined in understanding and trust. Educating the heart alongside the mind is what truly constitutes an education. Hope is the waking dream that drives us forward, for no great mind has existed without a touch of madness. Happiness is within our control, and while anyone can become angry, true mastery of emotion is being able to direct it toward the right person at the right time and for the right reason. Excellence is never a result of accident. It is the culmination of intention, effort, and intelligent choices. Friends may come easily, but true friendship requires time. Patience, though hard to cultivate, yields sweet rewards for those who persist. The most worthy individuals to honor are those who have educated and nurtured you, for it is their wisdom that will carry you through life. Children, though given life by their parents, are more deserving of our respect and admiration because it is the mentors, the ones who teach them, who truly shape their future. Living well is often perceived as a struggle, but once a person conquers their fears, they will experience a profound sense of freedom. Those who seek knowledge, who strive to understand, and who take the time to impart that wisdom to others, are the ones who will experience true freedom and fulfillment. Educated individuals stand apart from the uneducated, just as the living stand apart from the dead. Trust should only be placed in one individual, for genuine trust is rare and hard-earned. I wish to see in you 3 things: the sorrow behind your smile, the love behind your anger, and the reasons behind your silence. If your absence doesn't make a difference to anyone, it suggests that you may never have truly mattered in their lives. Strive not for applause, but to work for a cause that is greater than yourself. Express yourself fully, not for the sake of impressing others, but because it is who you are. What occupies your thoughts will ultimately shape your reality. If challenges don't come your way, you'll remain unchanged. Be humble enough to admit when you're wrong and wise enough to remain silent when you're right. Understand that the moment you realize you deserve better, letting go will be the most empowering decision you can make. Always distinguish between what you are receiving and what you truly deserve. Never fear being different. Fear only the urge to outshine others for the wrong reasons. Respect is earned through honesty, trust through appreciation, and loyalty is something that is returned when you have been true to others. Remember, you must endure difficult days in order to fully appreciate the best ones. Every expert was once a beginner, and though the truth may cost nothing, a lie could cost you everything. Strength should be balanced by gentleness, for too much resistance can lead to breaking. A truly strong individual knows when to act with force and when to show restraint. The course of fortune and disaster often depends on knowing when to give up and when to persist. Those who lack the capacity to endure hardship are often the ones who face the greatest suffering. Sometimes all we can do is endure our pain until the time comes when it can be healed or resolved. To solve a problem, it's essential to address its cause, not just its symptoms. The highest form of knowledge is knowing that we don't know everything, while the greatest torment comes from thinking we know when we truly don't. True intelligence lies in understanding others, while wisdom is found in understanding oneself. Strength is about dominating others, but true power is about controlling oneself. A branch that is too rigid will break, and too much resistance ultimately leads to destruction. A strong person understands when to use force and when to give in, and they know that good fortune and disaster hinge on this delicate balance. Only that which is of no use to the empire is worthy of being discarded. At the center of yourself lies the answer. You know who you are and what you want. Life is a continuous series of natural and spontaneous changes. Resist not these changes, for doing so only brings sadness. Let reality be as it is, and allow things to flow naturally to their rightful place. Kindness in speech fosters trust. Kindness in thought creates depth, and kindness in action cultivates love. A mind preoccupied with concepts often prevents one from experiencing things directly. A person bound by concepts can never truly understand the essence of life. Trying to explain something like Zen is akin to trying to trap the wind in a box. Once you close the lid, the wind ceases to exist. Over time, it becomes stagnant air. Sometimes your circle of influence may shrink, but in doing so, you gain greater courage. One day, you'll wake up and realize that time has run out to do all the things you've always dreamed of. Don't wait. Do them now. There's only one thing worse than a hardened heart, and that's a soft head. True success doesn't come without effort. Compound interest grows the best rewards, just as persistence through adversity builds strength and character. The more you dwell on your misfortunes, the greater their power to harm you. The path to health requires you to eat what you don't like, drink what you find unappealing, and do what you would rather not do. Avoid arguing with those who are not capable of reason. They will only drag you down to their level and eventually defeat you through sheer persistence. A broken promise may hurt, but it's often better than none at all. If you think you can, or if you think you can't, you are right. Never hit someone if you can avoid it, but if you must act, do so with honor. Make the most of your resources and circumstances. Remember that a gem cannot be polished without friction, and neither can a man be perfected without trials. Suffering before it is necessary only leads to unnecessary pain. We should not follow the crowd blindly, but rather choose our own path, even if it leads us away from the popular one. We often love ourselves more than others, yet we care more about the opinions of others than our own. Luck is simply what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Live as though you are already dead. All that remains is how you live the present moment. Focus on now, for everything else is either in the past or unknown. If you are feeling alone, it may be because you have neglected yourself. Don't worry about who is by your side. Learn to rest, not to give up. The two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you discover why you were born. Adversity often prepares ordinary people for extraordinary destinies. Positive thinking is a powerful tool, often making everything better than negative thinking ever could. The only real mistake is the one from which we learn nothing. Your past should serve as a place of learning and growth, not a place where you live forever. Don't rush the process. Trust that big things take time. Big dreams require healthy habits, and healthy habits require self-discipline. If you can stay positive in a negative situation, you will find victory. Sometimes you win. Sometimes you learn. Take a deep breath. It's just a bad day, not a bad life. You may fall 7 times, but you get up 8. If you believe it will work, you'll see opportunities. If you believe it won't, you'll only see obstacles. If you don't try, it will never happen. Don't give up on yourself. There's a reason why you began this journey toward becoming your best self. What you think in your mind becomes your reality. Making mistakes is better than pretending to be perfect. Accept what is, let go of what was, and have faith in what will be. The calmer you are, the clearer your thoughts will be. The moment you want to give up is often when you need to push forward the most. Control your thoughts, or they will control you. Become a ghost. Forget about seeking attention, and simply grow in private. 2 qualities define you: your patience when you have nothing, and your attitude when you have everything. Don't give up. Nothing lasts forever, not even pain. Keep things private until they're permanent. You only fail when you stop trying. You don't need more time. You need fewer distractions. Learn to value yourself above others. Tranquility comes when you let go of what is behind you, allowing you to focus on what lies ahead. To be your best, you must be prepared to face the worst. A goal without a plan is merely a wish. Life is about being yourself. Don't lose who you are by trying to be someone else. If life were predictable, it wouldn't be life. It would be tasteless. Life is like a coin. You can spend it however you wish, but you only get to spend it once. Practice self-compassion, for we are all human, and we all make mistakes. Time heals almost everything. Give it time. Sometimes you have to let go of something good to make room for something better. What others think of you is none of your concern. You can't move forward in life if you keep dwelling on the past. The best view comes after the hardest climb, and you'll never see a rainbow if you're always looking down. Hard times don't last, but strong people do. While you can't change the direction of the wind, you can adjust your sails to reach your destination. There are no shortcuts to worthwhile destinations. A river cuts through rock, not because of its strength, but because of its persistence. Focus on what you can control and leave the rest behind. The only time you should look back is to see how far you've come. Doubt kills more dreams than failure ever will. Diamonds are formed under pressure, and the first step to moving forward is deciding that you're not willing to stay where you are. Your true character is revealed by what you do when no one is looking. Don't waste your life trying to impress others. Stay away from those who make you feel small. No company is better than bad company. Don't compare your life to others, for you have no idea what their journey is like. Your life is your responsibility. Life may not always be fair, but it is still good. Those who are too afraid to take risks will never succeed in life. Do yourself a favor. Get rich in experiences, because life becomes easier when you have wealth, not time. To avoid disappointment, don't expect anything from anyone. Stress may be temporary, but the lessons it teaches last a lifetime. Keep moving forward, trust the process, and do it better next time. The harder you work, the luckier you'll become. If you are generous, remember to learn your limits, because not everyone will share the same generosity. In life, you have 3 choices. You can see things happen, make things happen, or wonder what happened. Live with no regrets, only lessons learned. Practice acceptance, gratitude, and be at peace with life, for it is too short. The more you care for others, the more fascinating you will find yourself. Show interest, as we tend to suffer more from the imagination of things than from reality. It's true that people change. Love can be painful, friends may leave, and things can slip away. But remember that life continues. Don't reveal what you're working on until it's complete. Your hopes and dreams are yours alone, and only you have the power to make them come true. Forget the hurt, but never forget the lessons it taught you. Strength comes from dominating others, but true power lies in mastering yourself. The path you choose is far more important than how fast you move along it. Never regret a day in your life. Good days bring happiness, bad days bring experience, the worst days bring lessons, and the best days bring memories. Life is fleeting. Make the most of it. Love is complex and strange. Hold on to it. Anger is destructive. Let it go. Fear is paralyzing. Face it. The people who are dear to you are precious. Cherish them. Be cautious about relying too much on anyone in this world, for even your shadow will leave you in the dark. Never forget that some of your greatest moments have not yet occurred. Bad habits are like a comfortable bed, easy to fall into, but hard to escape. No one is truly too busy. It's all about priorities. If something makes you happy, keep it to yourself. Be careful with whom you place your trust, as some may seem sweet on the surface, but hide hidden motives. Time always reveals how much you mean to others. Stay calm. You've faced challenges before, and you'll overcome them again. If people treat you as an option, then leave them as a choice. Value experiences over possessions, for memories are the true treasures of life. Focus on those who love you and ignore those who don't. Your vision might blur at times, but it will clear up with time. Take care of your body. Your health is another form of wealth. Your mind is both your strongest ally and your worst enemy. Training yourself is more beneficial than the countless attempts of a beginner. In politics, we tend to think that anyone who knows how to win votes can effectively govern. But that's not always the case. When we're sick, we don't look for the most handsome or eloquent doctor. We seek the best treatment. Honor men more than the truth. There are two things you should never let anger consume you over: what you can control and what you cannot. When others speak badly of you, live your life in such a way that no one will believe them. The beginning of any endeavor is the most important part. Ask yourself, are we awake, or are all our thoughts just dreams? The purpose of education is to help us love the beauty of knowledge. A house with a library has a soul. Necessity is the mother of invention. Those who can see beyond the shadows and lies of their culture will often never be understood, let alone believed, by the masses. Death is not the worst thing that can happen to a person. Wealth is truly found in living contentedly with little. When physical exercise is obligatory, it does not harm the body, but knowledge gained through forceful means doesn't stick to the mind. Beauty is truly in the eye of the beholder, and many people will dislike you, especially if they see you as a competitor. Always listen to your instincts. They will reveal truths you wouldn't expect. Rule your life with your mind, not your emotions. Every bad decision we've made in life was more emotionally driven than rational. Trusting yourself is a virtue. Life isn't about having good cards. It's about playing a bad hand well. Thousands of candles can be lit from a single flame, and your life will not be shortened by sharing happiness. At first, you choose a partner based on appearance, but you will later realize that values, not looks, will guide how you raise your children. If you expect the world to treat you fairly just because you're fair, you are deceiving yourself. Learn to say what you mean and mean what you say. Resentment is like drinking poison and hoping it will hurt your enemies. You can always make money, and the world won't end because you don't have a fixed income. Something else will come along. Your friends want you to do well, but not better than them. Don't worry about the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. This is real. If you want to know someone, observe the 5 people they interact with the most. When you're trying to break a habit, don't tell yourself it's the last time you'll do it. Tell yourself it's the first time you won't. Be mindful of small expenses, for small leaks will sink a large ship. Never compare your life to someone else's. Their life may appear better, but they have struggles you've never heard of. If they don't have what you want, don't listen to what they say. Justifying your actions to people living a life you don't desire is a waste of time. Keep your personal matters to yourself and avoid the company of fools. Stupidity is contagious. Not everything in this world should be your concern. Some problems are simply none of your business. Focus on what directly affects you, and you'll find more happiness. Your worth is not defined by someone else's failure to recognize it. Life can only be understood looking backward, but we must live it moving forward. Don't ignore problems that you see on the horizon. Foresight is a gift, so don't waste it. He who laughs at himself will never run out of things to laugh about. Decision-making, like coffee, needs time to cool down. Don't judge a day by the harvest, but by the seeds you plant. Every failure brings with it the experience to do better next time. Pay attention to those who say they love you, as they might not always mean it. They might just be using you. Trust your instincts, especially when it comes to decisions. You spend all your health to acquire wealth, then spend all your wealth to regain your health. Those who say you can't achieve something are usually just afraid of you doing it. Be cautious about who you call your friends. Sometimes 4 trustworthy people are worth more than 100 who aren't. Don't feel pressured to conform. Keep moving forward. The feeling will pass, and you'll remain. Lower your expectations, as high expectations of yourself and others often lead to chronic dissatisfaction. The problems your friends face will eventually become your own. The smaller your social circle, the fewer problems you'll have. Today, you are the oldest you've ever been and the youngest you'll ever be again. What begins in anger often ends in shame. Don't set yourself on fire to keep others warm. The only true error is one from which you learn nothing. Success is 5% intelligence and 95% consistency. Learn to be self-sufficient, for independence and resourcefulness are vital. People tend to stay in one place because of what they value. A ship in a harbor is safe, but that's not what ships are built for. People are good at keeping secrets, but you don't always know everyone's true nature. Some teach you about love and support, while others teach you what to avoid. Not everyone wants to see you succeed, and some will go to great lengths to see you fail. If people were to feel the pain they've caused you, you would lose the strength you've gained. Don't fear the shadow. It only means there's light nearby. If you want to get rich, focus on saving as much as earning. Stop worrying about what others think. When you laugh, people laugh with you. When you cry, it's only when you try to please everyone that you end up pleasing no one. Be yourself. Others are already taken. It's possible to make mistakes and still lose. That's not weakness, it's life. Don't reveal your thoughts or knowledge too openly. Keep some secrets, because today's friend could be tomorrow's enemy. A busy person is rarely visited by idle friends, And flies don't land in boiling pots. Don't get caught up in regrets. No one is perfect. Don't pursue happiness. Just stay positive, and joy will follow. Stop trying to please everyone. You need enemies to succeed. Without them, you wouldn't take their advice or criticism. Everyone falls, but it's in getting up that we learn to walk. You're not a product of your circumstances, but of your decisions. Focus on yourself. People come and go, and you don't always notice your progress because you're constantly raising the bar. There are two wolves inside all of us, one bad, one good. Which one will win? The one you feed. Loneliness is the price of personal growth. Judgment is inevitable, so embrace it, no matter the outcome. Don't live to impress others, live to impress yourself. Comparison steals joy, so focus on your own path. Never be so kind that you forget to be clever, and never be so clever that you forget kindness. If you don't control your mind, someone else will. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Complaining and lamenting never lead to results. Life's challenges aren't there to paralyze you, but to reveal who you really are. Sacrificing your progress for a friend may not be reciprocated if the roles were reversed. Never compare your life to another's. You don't know their journey. People will forget what you said and what you did, but they will always remember how you made them feel. People lie most during elections, wars, or after a hunt. The more you like yourself, the less you'll need others. If you want something you've never had, you have to do something you've never done. Walk away from people who make you feel alone. No company is better than bad company. Write your sad moments in the sand, but your happy ones in stone. Be kind, but don't let people take advantage of you. The world doesn't care about your potential. It cares about what you've done. You're not responsible for the first thought that crosses your mind, but you are responsible for the second. Those who have a reason to live can endure almost anything. Never underestimate the power of foolish people. Don't wait. Knowledge begins with knowing a tomato is a fruit, but wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. Circumstances may shape you, but they do not define you. You are here for a reason, even if you don't fully understand it yet. Patience is essential, and being grateful for life's small blessings is vital. If you enjoyed this video, like, subscribe, and comment so YouTube knows these types of videos are helping people like you. This will help us continue creating content like this in the future. Have you ever experienced the feeling of being constantly overlooked, even when you put forth your best effort? Have you ever wondered why some people seem to effortlessly attract attention, while others silently struggle to be noticed? Today, we are going to explore 9 powerful psychological strategies, all rooted in Stoic teachings that, once understood and applied, can elevate your influence and help you become a priority in any situation. If this is your first time on my channel, I ask for your support by subscribing and liking this video, as it helps me continue to create more content like this in the future. Among these strategies, there is one that stands out for its subtle yet profound impact, a tool that you may have unknowingly used yourself. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, you will not only gain a deeper understanding of human psychology, but also learn how to transform the dynamics in your encounters, even in ordinary, everyday situations. I encourage you to stay with me until the end of this journey, because each strategy, each piece of this puzzle, complements the next. If you miss any of these elements, you risk missing the complete picture that they form together. If you share my passion for personal growth, please take a moment to click on the notification bell and subscribe. This commitment is essential, as the strategies we discuss here should be seen as tools to understand human behavior and navigate the complexities of social interactions in an ethical manner. These techniques aim to increase influence and awareness, allowing you not only to comprehend the subtleties of the human mind, but also to use that understanding to guide your actions and shape your relationships with others. Now, are you ready to uncover what has been hidden in plain sight? Together, let's decipher the secrets and strategies that have been operating in the shadows, waiting to be illuminated by the power of understanding. The first strategy centers on mastering emotions. Every individual, regardless of age or background, is influenced by emotions to some extent. They shape our actions, reactions, and interactions. However, few people have truly learned to master the art of understanding and subtly influencing emotions, not just within themselves, but also in others. This mastery, once attained, can position you as an essential figure in any social setting. It's well known that people are naturally drawn to stability, particularly emotional stability. And Stoicism teaches us the value of remaining calm, composed, and rational in situations where others might falter. When you demonstrate the ability to stay steady in the face of adversity, you instantly stand out, like an anchor in a stormy sea. Others will naturally seek your guidance, placing you on a pedestal. However, remember that this is not about suppressing emotions, but about understanding and channeling them effectively. As Epictetus once said, "We cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them." This is the essence of this strategy. By demonstrating control over your reactions, you inspire trust and confidence in others. You also gain the ability to subtly guide the emotions of those around you. If your calm words can soothe someone's anger, or if your empathetic sadness brings comfort to someone in pain, you become a lighthouse, drawing others to you. But this power is not a mere game. It is a responsibility that must be handled with care. There is a deeper level to this beyond simply radiating calmness. To truly excel, you must learn to read the emotional currents of any room, recognize unspoken feelings and respond to them. When you do this, you'll see how people become more receptive to you, not because you are manipulating them, but because you are genuinely understanding and connecting with their true essence. Now, with this understanding of emotions in your grasp, only one more strategy remains. Can you guess what it is? You might have been using it without even realizing it. The power of disengagement, or the ability to walk away when necessary. There is a subtle force in the act of moving away from a situation when it calls for it. This is not a sign of cowardice or indifference. It is a demonstration of self-worth and recognition of your own value. When you trust in your worth, stepping away from a situation becomes a choice, not a reaction. Many people associate attachment with care and commitment, but attachment can easily become a chain that keeps you bound to situations and people who do not appreciate you. Always being available, always giving, can diminish the value of what you offer. Others may begin to take your presence and contributions for granted. When this happens, the balance is disrupted and you risk becoming undervalued. It is not about playing hard to get, but about making yourself unforgettable. As Seneca once said, "It is not the man who has little, but he who yearns for more, who is truly poor." The willingness to step away from a situation is embracing the essence of this wisdom. It involves recognizing that there is power in self-respect and autonomy. When people sense that you are not bound by need or desperation, they start seeing you differently. They begin to understand that your time, your skills, or even your company, is a privilege and not something they are entitled to. By mastering this strategy, you show the world that your presence is a gift, one that can be taken away at any moment. Paradoxically, by demonstrating that you can walk away, many will now desire you, seeing in that strength something rare. In a world where holding on is the norm, your detachment becomes your crown. Applying these strategies brings a host of benefits. When implemented correctly, they can elevate your influence, strengthen your relationships, and place you in a position where people not only prioritize you, but also genuinely value your company. However, it is important to be cautious. As Stoics, these tactics should serve as tools for influence when necessary, not as mechanisms for manipulation or attention-seeking. Authenticity and integrity are crucial in using these strategies. Without these, not only would the approach be ethically questionable, but it could also be counterproductive in the long run. Now let's consider the principle of reciprocity. Think about the last time a small gesture brightened your day, a surprise coffee from a colleague, a kind word from a friend, or an unexpected compliment. These seemingly trivial actions often leave a lasting impression because they touch on a powerful force in our human nature: reciprocity. This is the internal impulse that drives us to give back when someone shows us kindness beyond what is expected. Recognizing and harnessing this force can transform the way people perceive you and how they relate to you. As the philosopher Seneca once said, "While we teach, we learn." This perfectly captures the essence of reciprocity. By offering value, ideas, or even small favors without expecting anything in return, you sow seeds of goodwill. Over time, these seeds grow into relationships where people are inclined to support you, help you, and prioritize your needs. They may not even fully understand why they feel compelled to reciprocate, but there is an invisible bond created by genuine generosity. However, this strategy must be handled carefully. There is a fine line between genuine acts of kindness and manipulation. The key is sincerity. When you offer help or share knowledge selflessly, people will recognize your authenticity. When they sense that your intentions are genuine, the ties of reciprocity become stronger. On the other hand, if they detect hidden motives, trust is eroded and the connection will fade. As you reflect on this principle, be ready for the next strategy, which invites you to look inward, a place that is often overlooked but immensely powerful. Mastering persuasive storytelling is a strategy that many overlook. Have you ever struggled to express your point of view and wondered why some ideas stick in people's minds while others fade into obscurity despite their merit? The answer may be simpler than you think: storytelling. Before technology, before modern education, and even before written language, there was storytelling. From ancient bonfires to today's viral videos, stories have been the unseen force that shapes opinions, drives actions, and changes minds. Epictetus wisely pointed out that men are disturbed not by the things that happen to them, but by the way they perceive them. It all comes down to perception. When you frame your message within a story, you offer a lens through which others can interpret the situation, guiding their thoughts and reactions. The beauty of storytelling lies in its ability to make listeners feel as though they are part of the narrative. This evokes empathy and makes your perspective resonate on a personal level. For example, if you're trying to persuade a team to take on a challenging project, instead of listing facts and figures, you could tell a story about how pioneers faced similar obstacles and emerged victorious. By drawing parallels between their struggles and the current task, You show that while the road ahead may be difficult, the rewards, both tangible and intangible, are worth the effort. Suddenly, the project is no longer just another task. It becomes a noble pursuit, and who doesn't want to be the hero in their own story? However, the power of storytelling must be wielded with authenticity. People can tell when a narrative is contrived or when it's simply designed to manipulate. The goal is to find real, genuine connections and emotions. When authenticity is combined with the art of storytelling, it creates an unbeatable combination that ensures your voice is not just heard, but also remembered. But stories are just one piece of the puzzle. Our next strategy explores a principle so deeply embedded in human nature that it can open doors once thought closed. Now, let's discuss the importance of prioritizing yourself. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to command a room without saying a word? Their mere presence demands respect. This magnetism doesn't come from external factors, but from an internal belief in their own value. The cornerstone of influential power lies not in seeking validation from others, but in recognizing your own intrinsic worth. As Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not external events." Understanding this concept is the key to unlocking your inner strength. When you recognize and nurture your self-worth, you naturally project an aura of self-confidence. This is not about arrogance or an inflated ego, but a genuine appreciation for who you are, your strengths, and your potential. When you value and prioritize yourself, the world begins to reflect that feeling back to you. Self-confidence is not about being arrogant or having an inflated sense of ego. Rather, it is about genuinely valuing and appreciating oneself, recognizing one's strengths, potential, and worth. When you prioritize yourself and understand your inherent value, the world begins to reflect that inner belief. This self-assurance is not about being self-centered or dismissing others, but about achieving balance. Just like the principle of reciprocity, which thrives on genuine gestures of goodwill, true self-love emerges from sincere introspection and self-respect. By investing time and energy in your own well-being, whether through learning, self-care, or setting boundaries, you signal to the world that you are worth this investment. This, in turn, influences how those around you perceive and prioritize you. Prioritizing yourself, therefore, becomes a foundational pillar of power. While influence is a significant part of it, it is only a small piece of the broader psychological strategies at play. As we move forward, another technique that can help you master the emotional fluctuations of relationships comes into focus: transforming adversaries into allies. In a world filled with noise and constant attempts to be heard, the simple, powerful act of truly listening stands out. Every individual, regardless of their background or situation, has a deep need to be understood. In a noisy world, offering someone your undivided attention is not only an act of kindness, but a powerful strategy that differentiates you from others. As the ancient philosopher Epictetus wisely observed, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should listen twice as much as we speak." This maxim captures the essence of active listening. Many people simply wait for their turn to speak, but a skilled listener goes deeper, engaging with the words, emotions, and hidden intentions behind the speaker's message. By adopting this practice, you become a beacon of trust and respect in a sea of distractions. Offering a safe space for people to express themselves freely not only helps you understand their thoughts and desires, but also fosters an authentic connection. This connection positions you as someone others turn to for guidance and support, which, in turn, gives you significant influence over their lives. Listening authentically ensures that you are not just heard, but that your presence is valued and you are more often prioritized. Creating a sense of scarcity is another potent strategy rooted in human nature. Scarcity taps into an age-old instinct, the attraction to what is rare, elusive, and hard to attain. Just as a rare gem is more valuable than a common stone, people and experiences that are perceived as scarce are often held in higher regard. This doesn't mean playing games or being deceptive. Rather, it is about understanding the intrinsic human appeal of the uncommon. Imagine being in a meeting where everyone is eager to speak and be noticed, and then someone enters, makes a brief yet significant impression, and leaves soon after. The memory of this person lingers in people's minds, far more than the ones who stayed for the entire duration. By not being constantly available, you create an aura of importance around your presence. Every interaction becomes a valuable exchange, a moment that people will remember. Marcus Aurelius once remarked that, "Very little is needed for a happy life. It is all within you, in the way you think." This perspective embodies the concept of scarcity. When you recognize and value your own time, others are more likely to do the same. However, the key is balance. Being too scarce can backfire, just as being too available diminishes your value. The optimal approach is to be present when it counts, making those moments meaningful, and then retreating to focus on your own goals and well-being. Cultivating an air of mystery is another powerful tool in your arsenal. Human beings are naturally drawn to what is unknown, mysterious, and enigmatic. This universal curiosity can be transformed into an asset when you learn to maintain an element of mystery about yourself. It's not about being distant or aloof, but about strategically choosing what to reveal and when. There is a delicate balance between being engaging enough to capture others' attention and preserving just enough intrigue to keep them curious. Marcus Aurelius wisely noted that the goal of life is not to conform to the majority, but to avoid being among the foolish. In a world where oversharing is the norm, embracing a more reserved approach can help you stand out. People will pay attention when you speak and value your opinions more deeply. However, maintaining a sense of mystery does not imply dishonesty or manipulation. Authenticity remains key. It's not about fabricating stories, but rather about mastering the art of timing, revealing just enough to keep others intrigued without oversharing. As others become more curious about you, they naturally begin to prioritize your presence and ideas. This approach isn't just about surprising people, it's about recognizing the subtleties in human actions and strategically using them for your benefit. In essence, cultivating an air of mystery allows you to rise above the noise, becoming an intriguing enigma to those around you. When this strategy is combined with true authenticity, it elevates you to a place where you are not merely noticed, but truly valued. By making others look forward to your actions, you ensure that your presence leaves a lasting impact, and your influence endures long after you have departed from a room. Another effective strategy involves the use of strategic silence. You've likely been in a situation, whether it was a heated debate, a tough negotiation, or even a casual conversation, where the urge to speak up seems overwhelming. Yet sometimes, the most powerful tool you can wield is the choice to remain silent. While silence may be viewed as passive, it can actually be an active force that helps steer the conversation, assert your presence, and command genuine respect. Many people mistakenly believe that power is found in dominating the conversation, but it is often the observer, the one who carefully considers each word and listens attentively, who truly influences the course of events. It's not about being the loudest or the most attention-grabbing. Think of the power of a pause. When you hold back, leaving a gap in the conversation, others begin to feel uneasy or anxious, scrambling to fill the silence. In that moment, they often reveal more than they intended. This gives you the opportunity to respond from a place of wisdom and clarity, as the philosopher Epictetus wisely noted. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. By practicing restraint in your speech, you position yourself as the orchestrator of the dialogue, directing it with precision. However, strategic silence isn't just about listening. It's about knowing when to speak and how to harness the power of your words. Each word you utter carries weight, and you must choose carefully when to speak and when to remain silent, ensuring your words have maximum impact. Words are more than just tools of communication. They have the power to shape perceptions and even alter realities. That said, using silence as a tool requires skill and balance. If you use it too often, it can come across as distant or disengaged. The key is to strike the right balance between active listening and moments of silence, making sure your interactions remain authentic and meaningful. Now, imagine the immense possibilities when you combine strategic silence with another powerful strategy, one that guarantees you won't just be seen, but remembered. By combining these tactics thoughtfully, you position yourself as someone who has both influence and staying power. If you found this video insightful, be sure to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Your support lets YouTube know that these kinds of videos are helping people like you, allowing us to create more content like this in the future. We often find ourselves overwhelmed by emotional turmoil because we place too much significance on the opinions and actions of others. However, it's time to shift this mindset and stop allowing those who failed to appreciate you to have power over your emotions. Today, you will learn how to influence their thoughts until they come to realize the mistake they made in taking you for granted. But before we dive into that, let's do a simple exercise to help you understand the root of your emotional pain, why their decision hurt you so deeply. Feeling broken or incomplete because someone you deeply care about no longer recognizes your worth is a clear sign of emotional dependency. This often stems from the unconscious belief that our happiness and value rely on that person's presence and approval. I invite you to stay until the end of this message, where you'll discover invaluable insights that can strengthen your emotional resilience and empower your personal journey, no matter what stage of life you're in. If this is your first time on my channel, I'd love for you to support the content by subscribing and liking the video. This helps me continue to bring you meaningful content like this in the future. Long before you met that significant person, you were already whole, complete and capable on your own. Yet, the pursuit of external validation can lead us into emotional dependency, where our self-worth becomes dictated by the actions or opinions of others. This makes you emotionally vulnerable and can even trigger a personal identity crisis, causing you to question your value without that person in your life. Discover the teachings of Stoic philosophy and how to apply them to modern life through our ebook Stoic Mindset, a guide to contemporary living. You can find the link to it in the first pinned comment and get your copy today. Now that you've recognized and accepted the fact that you no longer matter to someone who once meant a lot to you, it's time to take action. I have tools to help you stir regret in those who once overlooked your worth. And for women, there's a special surprise. You'll learn a powerful yet simple way to emotionally engage a man. If you're a man, you'll also learn how to avoid being emotionally manipulated. This video gives you everything you need in one place. Let's begin. First, awaken the hero instinct. If you want that person to realize the immense value you brought into their life and what they've lost, allow me to provide a powerful perspective that not only stirs emotions but also elevates your own sense of self-worth. This method is especially effective for women, though men can adapt it as well. The key lies in appealing to a person's deep-seated instinct, their heroic impulse. This idea, known as the hero instinct, was popularized by relationship expert James Bauer. It suggests that men are biologically and psychologically wired to respond to specific cues in relationships, cues that many women might be unaware of. When these triggers are activated, men step into a deeper, more purposeful role. They experience greater satisfaction and emotional intensity in relationships and are more likely to commit deeply when they find someone who knows how to ignite that inner spark. You might wonder why it's called the hero instinct. Do men really need to feel like superheroes to love deeply? The answer is simpler than you might think. No, you don't need to act like a damsel in distress or expect him to play a Marvel character. What truly works are small, intentional shifts in the way you relate to him. Subtle actions that access a previously untapped part of his emotional being. According to James Bauer, triggering this instinct can enhance relationships and build stronger connections. To activate it, begin by asking your partner for help, whether the task is big or small. This allows him to feel competent and appreciated. Also, express sincere gratitude and acknowledgement for his efforts and protectiveness. These simple acts can increase his confidence and sense of belonging in the relationship. Open and honest communication about your needs and desires is another essential part of this process. It helps your partner understand how he can support and care for you. Allowing him to play a protective role satisfies his internal desire to contribute and commit. Of course, every individual is different, and what sparks the hero instinct in one person may vary from another. This is why it's important to know your partner well and understand the specific things that bring out his desire to protect and provide. The beauty of the hero instinct lies in its simplicity. It's about using the right words and gestures to help him realize that you are the person he truly wants and needs in his life. The most powerful way to make someone miss you is to awaken the emotional bond they had with you, what Nietzsche described when he said, "He who has a why to live can bear almost any how." In relationships, this means that once a man finds the reason he wants to be with you, he will go through anything to make it happen. You can be that reason, the one who inspires him to reach his full potential, both as a partner and as the hero of his own story. This isn't just about tapping into his heroic nature. It's also about understanding how our behaviors and actions influence how others perceive us. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not events themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them." In this context, it means that by changing your own actions, by radiating confidence, independence, and genuine appreciation, you can shift how others see you. You can help them realize the value of what they lost. This is not about manipulation. It's about deeply understanding human psychology and emotional needs. As Seneca put it, Fortune favors the prepared mind. When you prepare to use these principles with authenticity and honesty, you open the door to meaningful reconnection. These subtle yet powerful changes in your everyday behavior not only enhance the quality of your relationships, but also allow you to rediscover and appreciate the amazing person you already are. Next, focus on improving your physical image. Personal growth can manifest in countless ways, and these developments affect all areas of your life. Whether it's better physical fitness or expanding your social circle, each small step forward is a powerful reflection of your inner evolution. For a Stoic, such external changes are never superficial. They are evidence of internal strength and conscious transformation. From a psychological standpoint, working on your physical appearance can be a potent form of self-care and self-empowerment. These improvements may also indirectly prompt those who undervalued you to question their judgment. When someone sees you glowing with confidence, they might start to regret not having treated you better. Yet, it is essential to remember that the goal of these changes should always be your personal happiness and well-being, not to seek validation or manipulate someone else's emotions. Stoic wisdom teaches that it is far more rewarding to focus on your own self-development and cultivate a positive self-image than it is to chase after approval from others. Additionally, each person is ultimately responsible for their own feelings and reactions. You cannot control how someone responds to your transformation. This is your moment to shine, to grow, and to show that your worth was never dependent on anyone else's recognition. So settle in, take these words to heart, and let's begin this transformation together. In the end, regret is something the other person must carry. It's their emotional burden, not yours. Your focus should always be on growth that stems from integrity and a sincere desire to improve yourself. Let your journey be a testament to your strength, not a reaction to someone else's failure to see your value. A Stoic remains committed to their own evolution and growth, always keeping their perspective grounded and centered on virtue. They are unmoved by the ups and downs of fortune or the opinions of others. It is important to understand that those who once failed to appreciate your worth may become unsettled as they witness your progress and accomplishments. Epictetus reminded us that it is not events themselves that disturb us, but the interpretations we assign to them. By improving your physical image, you do more than redefine old perceptions. You prove your power to evolve and rise above limitations. This process of transformation stands as undeniable evidence of your resilience and inner fortitude, qualities held in high regard by the Stoic mindset. To apply these principles in your everyday life, begin by crafting a consistent routine that nurtures both your body and your mind. Practice moderation in your eating habits and commit to regular physical activity, holding in mind Marcus Aurelius's wisdom that true happiness lies in savoring the present moment without being overly dependent on the uncertainty of the future. Engage in activities that energize and empower you, allowing yourself to cultivate a strong and positive self-image. These efforts won't only reflect in your physical appearance, but will also fortify your self-esteem and reinforce your determination. Remember this powerful advice. Pain often stems from your own imagination. Stay focused on your personal development and let go of the need to be seen or approved by those who once overlooked your value. Every step you take should echo your dedication to self-improvement. By staying true to this path, you not only refine yourself, but also subtly awaken in others a new sense of admiration and respect. What truly counts is the integrity and virtue that lives within your higher self. Your physical image, then, is more than just outward appearance. It symbolizes an inner transformation of will and discipline. As Epictetus said, first decide what you want to be, and then act in accordance with that decision. When your actions begin to stir discomfort or even desperation in those who once dismissed you, know that it is your growth, mental and physical, that draws such reaction. It marks a profound contrast between your former self and who you've now become. Incorporating daily habits like consistent workouts, nutritious meals, and mindfulness practices such as meditation can become the foundation of your evolution. Each investment you make in your well-being not only moves you closer to a stronger and healthier version of yourself, but also publicly demonstrates your unwavering dedication to growth and self-mastery. Enjoy your single life, not as a void, but as a blessing. Deep within, you may sometimes wish that the loneliness those who left you now endure becomes familiar to them, that they taste the sorrow of your absence the same way you once did in their presence. You may offer them your silent goodwill, all the while secretly hoping they regret letting you go. That longing creates a bittersweet warmth in your heart, making you feel seen, wanted, and significant. But resist the urge to let them witness you aching. Such vulnerability only shows despair. Their departure has opened wide a world of opportunities for you, possibilities you always dreamed of but never pursued. Now is your time to chase those adventures, to immerse yourself in celebrations that spark joy, and to allow yourself moments of unrestrained freedom. This is your opportunity to live fully and to embrace every experience with vibrant intensity. And perhaps there is no sweeter form of revenge than the sight of your happiness blooming from afar. Your joy becomes a mirror reflecting the chances they missed by not valuing you when they had the chance. Imagine the power you hold when you embrace your singlehood not as emptiness, but as a time for personal discovery and expansion. Marcus Aurelius wisely said that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. In this chapter, every positive thought and every gesture of self-love becomes a building block for a rich, fulfilling life. By turning inward, you cultivate a strength that allows you to face any challenge with calm and clarity, free from the need for validation from those who once took you for granted. The actions that most unsettle those who failed to recognize your worth are not dramatic displays of success, but rather the quiet moments of authentic happiness and freedom. As Seneca taught, real happiness lies in enjoying the present without fixating anxiously on the future. So instead of focusing on what has ended, embrace the life unfolding in front of you. Fill your days with the activities you've always longed to explore. Learn a new language, revisit a forgotten passion, or simply take peaceful walks in nature. These genuine moments are the proof of your inner strength. Make gratitude and self-reflection part of your daily rhythm, just as Epictetus advised, remembering always that it's not the circumstances that trouble us, but the thoughts we attach to them. At the close of each day, reflect on your growth and count your blessings. This will not only uplift your spirit, but will also help you maintain a clear, grounded perspective. Each step you take in this season of singlehood brings you closer to becoming your highest self. And that is the most fulfilling reward of all. Choose to be the main character in your own life story, free from past constraints. Marcus Aurelius said it best: "A person's life is shaped by their thoughts." Use this time to reconnect with yourself and to pursue what truly sets your soul on fire, free from the pressure of trying to satisfy others. Solitude is not a punishment. It is fertile ground for growth. Take advantage of it. Re-examine your goals, shift your priorities, and commit to living in alignment with your values. Real strength is found in discovering happiness in your own company and in recognizing that you are enough exactly as you are. Let the words of Seneca echo in your heart. Life is not about waiting for the storm to pass, but about learning to dance in the rain. Every day offers a fresh opportunity to nourish your joy and build your inner world. Step beyond your comfort zone and chase experiences that make your life richer. Whether it's reading an inspiring book or learning a new skill, treat this time of singleness as a sacred season for self-discovery and expansion. In doing so, you not only heal, but also reveal to the world that true peace and joy are born from within, not from the presence of those who once overlooked your value. Try new things, exciting things. When relationships fall apart or old friendships lose their warmth, it's a signal to shift your focus to the things that bring you joy. Let go of thoughts about them and pour your time into pursuits you've always dreamed of. Have you ever been curious about painting but never tried it? Now is the ideal time to give it a shot. Painting becomes more than art. It's a silent conversation between you and your soul, where every brushstroke reveals what words cannot. As someone who is single, you now possess a treasure that many envy: time. This precious resource is now fully yours, ready to be invested in honing your craft. Spend hours learning the subtleties of light, shadows, composition, and color. Watch as each detail comes together to tell a vivid story on canvas, and when you feel ready, share your art with the world. The internet offers platforms where creativity finds its voice, and your work can begin to inspire others far and wide. Imagine the sense of fulfillment when people you've never met celebrate the beauty you've created, and those who once knew only a fraction of who you are finally glimpse the depth of your soul. Perhaps, in that moment, someone may quietly regret not having seen your full brilliance before, but always remember, this journey of self-expression is ultimately for you and you alone. As Friedrich Nietzsche said, art is the highest form of human freedom and joy, and art is just one example. Replace painting with anything that sets your spirit on fire: working out, dancing, volunteering, calisthenics, or helping your community. Let your pursuit of passion become a vehicle for rediscovery. Express your true self not to win approval, but to experience the deep satisfaction of living authentically. Through this, you unlock your potential and leave a legacy that speaks to your truth. After a breakup, or during times when you're made to feel unappreciated by people you once held dear, it's natural to experience a swirl of emotions. But remember, as Epictetus wisely said, it is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. This is a powerful moment to redirect your focus and energy towards something that ignites your enthusiasm and pushes your boundaries. Rather than being consumed by how others perceive you, consider this a chance to rediscover who you are through fresh experiences and novel pursuits. Every attempt to try something new becomes an opportunity to grow and deepen your understanding of yourself. Embrace new, exciting challenges while also honoring the Stoic idea of living in harmony with nature, which means striving to fully develop the gifts and abilities you've been given. If you decide to take up calisthenics, for example, each workout won't just strengthen your physical form, it will also sharpen your mind, teaching discipline and perseverance. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that what stands in the way becomes the way. Every obstacle in these new endeavors is a chance to adapt, stretch yourself, and evolve. The core principle here is to sustain a calm and strong inner perspective. Seneca advised that genuine happiness lies in enjoying the present moment without anxiously depending on what lies ahead. By embracing the here and now and finding meaning and joy in each new activity you pursue, you not only enrich your current experience, but also build a life full of learning and personal fulfillment, free from the need for external applause. Those who fail to see your worth likely do not grasp the transformative power of creativity and passion. As Seneca noted, life is like a play. Its value lies not in its length, but in its performance. Use this time to stage your life with authenticity and vibrancy. Enroll in classes that stir something within you. Whether it's dance or gourmet cooking, explore what's always intrigued you and observe how this new knowledge enhances your day-to-day life. Every small advance in a new skill affirms your worth and potential. Adopting a Stoic mindset becomes a valuable compass on this journey. Epictetus teaches that happiness comes from ceasing to worry about what is outside of our power. Apply this to your life by focusing only on what you can control, your actions and your reactions. If you choose to explore gardening, for instance, you'll discover peace in nurturing something alive, seeing how your direct efforts yield beautiful and tangible results. These types of activities not only foster pride, but also remind you of the deep joy that lies in the process itself, not just in the final product. Be kind, but set boundaries. It's entirely possible and mature to maintain a respectful demeanor even with those from whom you've grown apart. If you cross paths with them, greet them with warmth. Inquire about their well-being and share a brief glimpse of your own positive experiences. This grace reflects your growth and may offer a quiet healing for both parties, enabling you to move forward with mutual respect. Still, maintain emotional boundaries. Keep interactions limited to light exchanges in social settings. A friendly greeting is sufficient, after which you should return to enjoying the company of others. If a humorous story arises, laugh with ease, but not with exaggeration meant to attract attention. These small but deliberate actions express your self-sufficiency and well-being. As Nietzsche once said, the true gravity of man is found in rediscovering the seriousness with which he played as a child. Applying this wisdom to relationships means engaging with others sincerely and respectfully, while preserving the emotional space that encourages both personal growth and collective peace. Practicing kindness without sacrificing your own peace is vital to maintaining emotional balance. Stoic thought, especially Epictetus's teaching, reminds us that it's not events themselves that trouble us, but our interpretations of them. Limiting interaction with someone who failed to appreciate you protects you from those negative interpretations and their emotional weight. This boundary creates room for those who truly value your presence and cultivates a more supportive space for your development. Marcus Aurelius said that the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. When you embody kindness in a calm and measured way, you not only show moral strength, but also transcend bitterness. This attitude might even prompt reflection in the other person about their own behavior. Extending kindness without expecting anything in return is a powerful form of inner strength. It nurtures your peace and elevates your social interactions. Put these principles into practice, especially in environments like work, where you may still have to engage with those who once overlooked you. Be courteous, avoid gossip, and stay away from unnecessary conflict. If you must collaborate on a project, do so respectfully and efficiently, focusing on results rather than people. This approach enhances your professional reputation while also reinforcing your resilience and integrity. Keeping interactions limited, as the title suggests, may unsettle those who once took your presence for granted. But this intentional distance conveys a clear message of self-respect and emotional maturity. Seneca's insight that true happiness lies in enjoying the present without dependence on the future applies here as well. When engaging with someone who once failed to value you, bring your awareness fully into the present. Let go of any hopes for reconciliation or nostalgia for the way things were. This allows you to cherish your current well-being and build healthier, more respectful relationships. In daily life, you can embody these principles in many ways. At social events, master the art of light conversation, steering clear of deep personal discussions with those who didn't appreciate you. As Epictetus taught, what matters is not what happens to you, but how you respond. Keep interactions brief and poised. That alone shows your command over your emotions. At work, focus on your responsibilities and contribute meaningfully to your team without getting emotionally entangled with those who previously failed to recognize your worth. This commitment to emotional self-regulation and self-respect not only protects you, but also serves as an unspoken lesson to others about the value of respect and appreciation. Value yourself. Finding Stoic serenity is crucial if you wish to break free from the trap of emotional dependence on others' approval. We often fall into the habit of seeking validation from those who don't value us, a damaging cycle that must be disrupted. Reflect on the experience of a former colleague who, after having been disloyal during difficult times in pursuit of favor with others, later sought to probe your feelings by asking whether there was a chance to reconnect. This act was not born out of genuine care, but was instead a search for emotional reassurance. Despite having distanced himself during your hardest moments, he later felt the urge to check if he still had a place in your heart. Such behavior reflects not only his craving for validation, but also a disregard for genuine friendship. There will always be people who want to come back once they've realized your value, but this is your opportunity to show that their return doesn't move you. These individuals often wonder how much space they still occupy in your life, or how far you'd go for them. In situations involving an ex, it becomes essential not to offer that reassurance. The assumption that you will continue to remain loyal even after being discarded must be challenged. Instead of giving in to the temptation to validate these lingering feelings, choose to protect your own emotional integrity. One must remain resolute on the journey toward emotional self-sufficiency. True strength is found in the ability to stay unshaken by external inquiries and in seeking an inner balance that is independent of outside validation. Practicing Stoicism daily is essential in achieving this. Remember the wisdom of Epictetus, who taught that it is not the events themselves that cause us to suffer, but rather our thoughts about them. When someone who never valued us attempts to re-enter our lives, we must resist the urge to seek their approval. Instead, we should turn our focus inward and learn to value ourselves. It is crucial to recognize that our peace of mind should not depend on the fluctuating affections of others. By doing so, we can avoid falling into despair when faced with those who failed to appreciate us. Following the advice of Marcus Aurelius, we must remind ourselves that the happiness of our lives is determined by the quality of our thoughts. Rather than allowing our emotions to be influenced by the desires and actions of others, we must cultivate a strong, independent mind. This is accomplished through daily reflection and meditation on our own virtues and accomplishments. True validation comes from within, not from the acceptance of those who have overlooked us. When someone who did not value us tries to return, we may be tempted to provoke jealousy as a way of making them feel regretful. One common approach is to show off a new relationship or make public displays of happiness in the hope of stirring up reactions in an ex-partner or former friends. This tactic may be seen as an attempt to prove that we can move forward and find someone else, showing them that their absence does not affect us. It might even spark feelings of jealousy or make the person reconsider their own worth in relation to the new relationship. Posting images of ourselves with a new partner or a new social group on social media can intensify these feelings, further promoting the idea that we have moved on and that they have been replaced. However, we must be mindful that this behavior can be interpreted in various ways, depending on the specifics of the relationship and the personalities involved. Engaging in these types of tactics may not be healthy for anyone involved, as it can perpetuate a cycle of reactive emotions and negative behaviors rather than fostering growth or resolution. After a breakup, true strength is not found in manipulating others' feelings, but in focusing on cultivating our inner peace and developing our virtues. As Epictetus wisely said, "What matters is not what happens to us, but how we react to it." Instead of concentrating on provoking jealousy in those who did not value us, we should focus on strengthening our character and learning to be indifferent to others' opinions and actions. This approach not only makes us more resilient, but it also allows us to move forward with grace and dignity without engaging in manipulative power plays that could compromise our integrity. Stoicism teaches us to accept what is beyond our control and to invest our energy in what we can control. Marcus Aurelius suggests that the best form of revenge is to be different from the person who wronged us. In this light, true success does not lie in making others jealous, but in demonstrating through our actions that we can prosper regardless of the approval or disapproval of others. This path is not only nobler, but also more rewarding, as it provides us with lasting satisfaction. To apply these Stoic principles in daily life, it can be as simple as dedicating time to activities that we are passionate about, or surrounding ourselves with people who genuinely appreciate us. Cultivating an attitude of gratitude and humility is also key to this process. By doing so, we not only improve our emotional well-being, but we also become less dependent on external validation. As Seneca observed, "The man who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than necessary." To free ourselves from unnecessary emotional distress, we must focus on personal growth and build a meaningful life. This way, we can escape the shackles of despair and the need for revenge. In the end, the most effective way to make those who undervalued us regret their actions is not through acts of vengeance, but by committing to our own personal growth and self-improvement. As Marcus Aurelius taught, the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Focus on yourself, your goals, and your achievements. Invest time in developing new skills, improving at your job, or pursuing your passions. These actions will not only strengthen you, but they may also provoke reflection in those who once underestimated you, making them realize that your worth does not rely on their acknowledgement. By embracing this mindset, we move forward with purpose and direction, avoiding the pitfall of seeking revenge or trying to prove our value to others. Our worth is inherent, and does not depend on the approval or recognition of those who have failed to appreciate us. Instead, we place our energy into building a life that reflects our values and aspirations, not the expectations or opinions of others. Nietzsche's words resonate strongly in this context. He who has a why to live can bear almost anything. This reflects the idea that when we free ourselves from emotional attachments, we are able to focus more deeply on our true desires and pursue them with determination. This freedom allows for self-exploration and discovery, and it can lead us to paths that once seemed unattainable, such as starting a business, dedicating ourselves to writing or the arts, or pursuing other personal dreams. This pursuit, however, should not be viewed as an escape from loneliness or as a distraction, but rather as an authentic expression of our inner selves. It is an act of courage and self-realization, where we commit to our passions and work towards them with diligence. In doing so, we take full ownership of our lives, shaping our destiny not through the expectations of others, but through our own internal drive for fulfillment. On the journey of self-realization, it is essential not to seek external validation. Our achievements should be credited to our own efforts, and every step forward should reflect the dedication and hard work we've invested. As Nietzsche said, we are forging our own path, and it is this internal journey that truly defines us and gives our lives meaning. By embracing solitude and channeling it into our professional and personal ambitions, we not only transform ourselves but also leave a lasting impact on the world around us. Taking yourself seriously means recognizing your own worth and acting in alignment with that recognition, even when others fail to appreciate it. The indifference of those who have not valued us should not undermine our confidence or our purpose. As Seneca wisely said, life, if well used, is long enough. This highlights the importance of focusing our energy on our goals and using our time wisely, rather than wasting it on people who fail to recognize our worth. By prioritizing our own growth and development, we demonstrate self-respect and set the standard for how we expect to be treated. This commitment translates into conscious decisions that reinforce our autonomy and self-esteem, enabling us to establish clear boundaries and live with purpose. When others fail to recognize your true worth, prioritizing your personal growth and development is a powerful way to show respect for yourself. This commitment sets the tone for how you expect to be treated by others on a daily basis. Your decisions, made with intention, reinforce your autonomy and self-esteem. In doing so, you create clear boundaries with those who do not value you, allowing you to dedicate your time to activities that nourish both your body and mind. Epictetus wisely taught that it is not the external circumstances that disturb us, but rather our opinions about them. By applying this Stoic principle, you can maintain inner peace despite the challenges you face. Focusing on what you can control, your attitude and your actions, enables you to foster an environment that promotes your well-being and personal fulfillment. Embracing Stoic philosophy also empowers you to confront disappointments with grace and resilience. As Marcus Aurelius said, "The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts." Adopting a positive and resilient mindset will transform negative experiences into opportunities for growth. By taking yourself seriously and adhering to your own standards of value, you free yourself from emotional dependency, ultimately building a life that is both fuller and more meaningful. Inviting friends to a social gathering plays a significant role in how people manage their emotions and perceptions, particularly after the end of a relationship. With time, interacting with mutual friends of an ex-partner can activate a complex web of psychological dynamics. Sharing moments with your friends creates a positive narrative about you that is likely to be communicated to others, including your ex-partner or those who failed to appreciate you in the past. This, in turn, may evoke a sense of loss or nostalgia in them as they recall the good times you once shared. However, it is important to carefully consider the ethical implications of these actions. While it may seem like an effective strategy to influence the perception of an ex, it could also be perceived as manipulative. As Nietzsche aptly said, "What is done for love always happens beyond good and evil," emphasizing that actions driven by love and emotions often transcend conventional moral norms. Presenting a facade of well-being, even when you may not be fine, can be a form of self-affirmation. This tactic can serve as self-protection or even provoke curiosity in an ex-partner. Yet, this power dynamic can have varied consequences, both for the person employing it and for the ex-partner. While it may lead to personal growth and emotional recovery, it could also devolve into a cycle of psychological games that obstruct closure and healing. Thus, it is crucial to reflect on the motivations behind such actions and ask whether they genuinely contribute to long-term emotional well-being or merely perpetuate harmful behavioral patterns. By choosing to spend time with friends who support and value you, you are not only creating a positive social atmosphere, but also strengthening your emotional resilience. Epictetus taught us that we should focus on what is within our control and release what is beyond our reach. In this context, surrounding yourself with friends who value and support you becomes a powerful way to build resilience. Your sense of self-worth should not rely on the validation of an ex-partner, but rather on the quality of the relationships you nurture in the present. Though interactions with the friends of an ex-partner can have both positive and negative effects, Marcus Aurelius reminds us that the soul is dyed with the color of your thoughts. This highlights the importance of maintaining a healthy perspective. These interactions should not be used as tools for manipulation. Instead of desperately seeking the attention of someone who failed to appreciate you, focus on cultivating genuine and meaningful relationships that will bring you joy. By organizing a gathering, you are demonstrating your ability to create and sustain valuable social connections, which can be particularly striking to those who did not know how to value you. As Epictetus said, "Wealth does not consist in having great possessions, but in having few needs." By prioritizing authentic and meaningful relationships, you demonstrate inner strength that does not depend on external approval. Hosting a social event not only reinforces your support network, but also serves as a reminder of your ability to forge deep, lasting emotional bonds. However, it is essential to remember that the primary goal of these gatherings should not be to impress others, but to find genuine joy in the company of sincere friends. Seneca wisely noted, "If life is very pleasant, it is not long." Take advantage of these moments to nourish your spirit and cultivate a positive self-image without falling into the trap of psychological games. By focusing on your well-being and personal growth, you will be better prepared to face any emotional challenges with strength and serenity. Moving forward after a breakup is an introspective journey that requires recognizing and accepting the complexity of your emotions and experiences. Letting go of a person is not simply about forgetting them, but rather about consciously re-evaluating your life and rebuilding it. Your individual identity is a gradual process, where each step forward becomes an affirmation of your worth and a refusal to let the presence or absence of another define you. During this period, it is natural to seek comfort in activities that bring relief, such as retreating to the solitude of your room, indulging in comfort food, or watching movies that evoke a sense of security. These moments of indulgence should not be viewed as weaknesses, but as essential parts of a healing journey that is unique to each individual. Allowing yourself to experience these moments without guilt is an acknowledgement that healing is not linear and that every emotion has its place and time. Moving forward requires actively accepting your present reality and committing to personal growth. It is not about erasing the past, but integrating it into a broader narrative that encompasses both losses and the lessons learned. This process is an exercise in introspection, where you come to value your own company and find satisfaction in your autonomy. As the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer said, "Fate mixes the cards, and we play them." This metaphor illustrates the unpredictable nature of life and highlights the importance of personal agency in responding to the circumstances we face. In the game of life, each decision and action after a loss is an opportunity to shape your future and reaffirm your commitment to personal improvement. In times of despair, when you feel unappreciated, it is vital to remember the importance of moving forward with clarity and determination. Epictetus, one of the great Stoic philosophers, taught us that it is not the things themselves that disturb us, but our interpretations of them. By altering our perspective and focusing on our personal growth, we can transform pain into an opportunity for strengthening our resolve. The actions of those who did not value us lose their power over us when we focus on our resilience and our willingness to grow. To continue along the path of self-improvement, it is essential to incorporate habits that promote emotional and mental stability. The daily practice of gratitude, for example, helps us focus on the positive aspects of our lives and appreciate even the small victories. Taking time each morning to meditate, even for just a few minutes, can provide the clarity and calm needed to approach the day with a refreshed mindset. As Marcus Aurelius said, "The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts." By cultivating positive and constructive thoughts, you pave the way for a stronger and more meaningful recovery. Rebuilding your identity after a breakup also involves seeking new sources of inspiration and motivation. Dedicating time to activities that ignite your passion and challenge you can rekindle your sense of purpose. Seneca reminds us that life is not about waiting for the storm to pass, but about learning to dance in the rain. With each new challenge, we uncover hidden strengths and rediscover talents that we had forgotten. With each passing day, we move one step closer to becoming the most authentic and fullest version of ourselves. This journey is about reaffirming that our true worth is not defined by circumstances, but by how we rise and move forward after every setback. It all starts with learning to love ourselves. If someone else is not going to love you, then it is you who must take on that role. You are the first person who should choose yourself. However, loving yourself can be much more challenging than simply telling yourself that you love who you are. The past, with all its painful memories and regrets, can haunt us, filling us with shame over actions we wish we could undo or words we wish we could take back. To love yourself is not just to utter affirmations, but to engage in a process of deep acceptance and forgiveness, much as you would comfort and forgive an old and close friend. It means letting go of the habit of punishing yourself for things that didn't go as planned, particularly for not being good enough for someone who never chose you. Remember, if they didn't choose you, that is their problem, not yours. Loving yourself strengthens you in ways that go beyond mere protection from external hurt. It provides a solid foundation upon which you can build resilience and face life's challenges with greater ease. The choice to be with someone or to seek love from another person should not arise from a need for fulfillment or validation. Inner peace and personal happiness are what matter most, and often when we achieve these, we discover that our worth is not tied to the presence or absence of another person in our lives. Self-love, therefore, becomes an act of rebellion against those who failed to appreciate us. It is the affirmation that we are enough by ourselves, and in that sufficiency we find our greatest form of revenge. Loving yourself is part of the path of self-discovery. It is a recognition that the actions of others do not define our value. As Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, wisely said, "It is not the things themselves that disturb us, but the opinions we form about them." This teaches us to detach from how others see us, learning to accept ourselves independently of external judgment. When we embrace this, we free ourselves from the constant fear of rejection and gain the courage to live authentically. It means focusing on our own virtues and achievements, rather than seeking external approval. One simple but powerful practice is to end each day by reflecting on 3 things that make us proud of ourselves. As Seneca reminds us, self-love is not a static state, but a dynamic, continuous process of growth. Every day provides a new opportunity to learn, adapt, and become better versions of ourselves. A helpful exercise is to adopt a growth mindset, viewing each challenge not as an obstacle, but as an opportunity for self-improvement. Keeping a journal to track your progress and reflections can keep you focused on your personal development. In situations where our actions are not valued, it is vital to remember that our value does not depend on external validation. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what we can control, our thoughts and actions. As Epictetus said, "Do what you must, the rest doesn't matter," meaning that our actions should align with our values, irrespective of how others respond. In practical terms, this involves setting boundaries and maintaining our dignity in the face of rejection. Remember that saying no does not diminish your worth. Rather, it empowers you to continue on your path with confidence. Equally important is cultivating resilience and a growth mindset. Marcus Aurelius taught that the impediment to action advances action, suggesting that challenges we face, especially those where we feel unappreciated, are opportunities to strengthen our self-love and discover new strengths. To apply this in your daily life, invest time in activities that fuel your passions and enhance your self-confidence. Surround yourself with people who inspire and support you, and set clear personal goals, always striving to achieve them. Your progress, however small, is the best proof of your value. Finally, Marcus Aurelius reminded us that the happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Cultivating positive, constructive thoughts is essential for self-love. Starting each day with gratitude and maintaining a positive attitude can change your perspective, allowing you to face challenges with courage and serenity. Practicing daily gratitude by focusing on what you have rather than what you lack strengthens you emotionally and prepares you for the obstacles life may throw at you. When you regain confidence in yourself, it sends a powerful message to those who once failed to value you. Observing your growth, happiness, and newfound strength, they may come to regret not appreciating you in the past. This realization, this feeling of loss and frustration, can be overwhelming for them. Every step you take towards self-confidence demonstrates that you have healed and become a better version of yourself, highlighting their mistake in not valuing you. This transformation not only strengthens you, but also inspires others. As you regain confidence, you begin to project a new energy that attracts healthier, more positive relationships and opportunities. Those who fail to appreciate you now find themselves confronted with the reality of their loss. As they watch you flourish and move forward with resilience, they are forced to confront their mistakes. Marcus Aurelius said, "The best revenge is to be different from the one who caused the damage." By focusing on your own well-being and growth, you show that your value was never contingent on the approval of others. This approach allows you to maintain a sense of balance and serenity. Seneca echoed this sentiment, noting that adversity strengthens the mind as exercise strengthens the body. Every challenge, including those where our worth is overlooked, becomes an opportunity to build character and develop skills that enhance our emotional and psychological strength. In daily life, applying these principles, reflection, self-assessment, setting healthy boundaries, and practicing gratitude, helps maintain confidence in ourselves, regardless of external circumstances. In doing so, you not only become more resilient, but also inspire others to follow your example. Through self-acceptance and personal growth, you demonstrate that true value comes from within, and that even in the face of adversity, we can thrive. The ongoing pursuit of self-improvement reflects your capacity for personal transformation. As Epictetus wisely stated, "It is not external events that shape us, but rather the way we perceive them." By altering your perspective and appreciating your achievements, you demonstrate that your well-being is not reliant on external validation, but on the inner strength you develop and nurture each day. Adopting a Stoic mindset empowers you to face life's challenges with composure and resolve. Marcus Aurelius advised that obstacles should be viewed as opportunities for growth. He taught that what stands in the way actually paves the way. This principle encourages us to transform challenges into stepping stones for strengthening our character. By incorporating practices such as meditation, self-assessment, and goal-setting into your daily routine, you not only build self-confidence, but also prepare yourself to handle any situation with calmness and wisdom. This approach will inspire others to value and follow your example of resilience and personal growth. Achieving both personal and professional success can be one of the most powerful ways to demonstrate to those who never recognized your worth that you are capable of thriving independently. When they witness you achieving goals that once seemed impossible, whether through a job promotion, the completion of a significant project, or the cultivation of meaningful relationships, they come to realize the potential they failed to recognize in you. Your successes resonate even more when they are celebrated and acknowledged by others. Seeing friends, family, and colleagues recognize and appreciate your accomplishments emphasizes the absence of support from those who once failed to value you. Each new success acts as a continuous reminder of their mistake, deepening their feelings of regret. Ultimately, your ability to excel and reach your goals proves that true value lies in your own determination and abilities, not in the opinions of those who failed to appreciate you before. Achieving personal and professional milestones highlights your resilience and serves as one of the most powerful actions you can take to show those who failed to value you that you can succeed on your own. As Epictetus taught, it is not what happens to you that matters, but how you respond to it. Embracing this Stoic outlook transforms every obstacle into a chance to showcase your strength and ability to overcome. By focusing on continual improvement, refining your skills, and celebrating every small achievement as a step towards your larger goals, you embody the Stoic principle that obstacles are opportunities. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that what stands in the way becomes the way, meaning that challenges, whether in the form of a promotion or completing a major project, demonstrate your ability to turn adversity into opportunity. By approaching each difficulty with a proactive and positive mindset, you show that your success depends not on seeking others' approval, but on your own perseverance and effort. Seneca famously said that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Your success, both personal and professional, is a reflection of the preparation and effort you have put into your growth. Maintaining a daily routine that fosters the development of your skills and strengths while actively seeking new opportunities to apply your knowledge ensures that you are always prepared to seize the right moment. Celebrating your achievements with those you love and receiving their recognition further underscores the error of those who failed to see your value in the past. With each success, you strengthen your self-esteem and determination, reinforcing the drive to keep moving forward, proving that true success comes from within. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and leave a comment to let YouTube know that this type of content helps people like you. This will encourage us to continue creating more videos like this in the future. Have you ever found yourself wondering why some people seem to take an immediate disliking to you, even when there's no apparent reason for it? It can feel as though, no matter how polite or friendly you try to be, there's always someone who greets you with a cold stare or keeps their distance. What causes some individuals to harbor feelings of dislike or even resentment toward us, especially when we haven't done anything to provoke such emotions? This is a complex question, and the reasons behind these negative feelings are not always straightforward. Often, they go beyond our actions or words. The underlying causes of such feelings are rooted in human psychology and may not be as obvious as we might think. At times, these negative emotions may be the result of silent envy, unspoken insecurities, or misunderstandings that have slowly developed over time. Understanding why people may develop such intense negative feelings toward us is not just a matter of satisfying curiosity, but rather an important part of navigating the intricate social dynamics we face on a daily basis. In this video, we will explore 9 surprising reasons why others might harbor such strong negative emotions toward us. Gaining these insights can help you better understand and navigate the relationships around you, potentially opening your eyes to new perspectives. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude for the incredible support you have all shown. It brings me so much joy to create these videos, and it's even more fulfilling to read your thoughtful and encouraging comments. I make it a point to read each and every one of them. If this is your first time here, please consider hitting the like button and turning on notifications so that YouTube can help share this content with others who might find it helpful. Now, let's embark on this transformative journey together. Are you ready? One of the most common and profound reasons someone might develop hostile feelings toward you is envy or jealousy. These emotions are incredibly destructive and can corrode relationships, turning admiration into contempt and respect into resentment. Jealousy and envy often arise when someone notices qualities in you that they wish they could have but feel are unattainable. These feelings can be triggered by anything from your professional success and personal accomplishments to your character or lifestyle choices. In many cases, envy and jealousy reflect a deeper dissatisfaction with their own life. Instead of drawing inspiration from your success or feeling happy for you, they begin to view your achievements and qualities as a painful reminder of their own perceived shortcomings or misfortunes. Over time, this feeling of envy can grow into something more toxic, deep resentment. As a way of coping with their frustration and discontent, they may secretly wish for your downfall. They may believe that if they can bring you down, they will feel better about their own lives. The most damaging aspect of envy and jealousy is that it can lead people to engage in behaviors like gossip, slander, or even sabotage in an attempt to undermine your success and achievements. They might attempt to discredit your work, spread false information about your character, or make efforts to damage your reputation, all because they cannot stand to see you thrive in ways that they feel they cannot. It's important to recognize that envy and jealousy are not about you. These are issues that reside within the person who is feeling them, not within you. While it's natural to internalize others' hostility and wonder if you've done something wrong, it's crucial to remember that you are not responsible for someone else's feelings of inadequacy or dissatisfaction. Your accomplishments and qualities should not be diminished simply because someone else is struggling with their own inner turmoil. As Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "Don't worry about things outside your control." The envy and jealousy of others are certainly beyond your control, and Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control: our actions, thoughts, and reactions. Understanding that envy and jealousy often underlie some people's hostility toward us can help us approach these complex interactions with greater clarity. When we know how to handle these negative emotions in a mature manner and refrain from letting them affect us, we develop a crucial skill that aids in maintaining inner peace and staying focused on both personal and professional growth. Misunderstandings and poor communication are another common reason behind negative feelings. The truth is, even the smallest misunderstandings can evolve into seeds of deep and lasting resentment. At the heart of many conflicts is a gap between how we express ourselves and how our words or actions are interpreted by others. A single misplaced word, an unintended tone, or even a facial expression at the wrong moment can leave a wrong impression. These minor communication errors accumulate over time, forming emotional barriers that can lead others to perceive us as distant, disrespectful, or even hostile. Effective communication is essential in any relationship. Without it, conflicts and misunderstandings are bound to occur. Negative emotions often arise when there is a failure to clearly communicate thoughts and feelings, which in turn opens the door to misinterpretations. Moreover, the lack of active listening can further drive people apart. When we fail to genuinely understand another person's perspective, it's easy to make incorrect assumptions or judgments. These misunderstandings can quickly escalate beyond simple disagreements, providing fertile ground for the growth of negative emotions. When people feel misunderstood, they begin to build a version of the relationship based on these communication failures. What started as a minor misunderstanding can grow into hostility and suspicion, distorting the true nature of the relationship and misrepresenting the actual situation. That's why it's so important to recognize the role misunderstandings and poor communication play in triggering negative emotions. By striving for transparent, open, and honest communication in all our interactions, we can prevent unnecessary grievances and maintain relationships built on a solid foundation of mutual understanding and trust. Additionally, giving others the benefit of the doubt and putting ourselves in their shoes allows us to seek clarity when there is uncertainty, helping to avoid conflict and promote healthier, more positive relationships. Another reason for negative feelings toward us arises from differences in fundamental values and beliefs. We live in a diverse world, and each person is shaped by a unique set of values and beliefs, much like distinct puzzle pieces that together form the picture of their lives. When these values clash with those of others, it can spark intense disagreements and even foster resentment. These differences in values aren't limited to political or religious beliefs. They can emerge from everyday aspects of life, such as views on work ethics, lifestyle choices, or even seemingly trivial details in daily interactions. When someone holds their own values as the only valid or superior way of thinking, anyone with a differing belief can quickly become viewed with contempt or disdain. This clash of values can create division, making it difficult to find common ground or understand the perspective of the other person. When we experience these disagreements, it's important to acknowledge that differences in values don't just emerge from political or religious beliefs. They can stem from everyday aspects of life, such as differing opinions on work ethics, lifestyle choices, or even seemingly insignificant details in daily interactions. When someone believes their own values are the only valid or superior ones, anyone who holds a different perspective may quickly be viewed as a threat or a potential enemy that challenges their sense of self. This defensive mindset creates barriers, turning what might be minor disagreements into grounds for disdain. When a person's beliefs are deeply ingrained, any challenge to them can feel like a personal attack. As a result, these situations often escalate into conflicts centered around identity and worldview, with differences evolving from simple disagreements into significant barriers that separate us. The lack of effort to understand others, combined with hasty judgments, creates walls that block empathy and understanding. These walls not only obstruct connection, but also allow resentment to quietly fester, especially when fueled by unaddressed fears and biases. In Stoic philosophy, there is a strong emphasis on recognizing that our beliefs and values are shaped by our individual experiences and perceptions. As Epictetus once said, each of us is a product of our own upbringing and surroundings. Understanding that people hold different values and beliefs due to their unique experiences encourages us to extend tolerance and respect toward these differences. Open dialogue, tolerance, and respect not only help prevent resentment, but also enrich our understanding and experience of the world. Accepting that not everyone shares our perspective and that this is perfectly acceptable is a crucial step toward living harmoniously in a diverse society. Another significant reason why hostility arises is due to the influence of rumors and gossip. Gossip, whether fabricated or exaggerated, can have a devastating impact on your reputation and public image, transforming you into a villain in the eyes of others before you even have a chance to defend yourself. Like a fast-spreading virus, gossip infiltrates every corner of social relationships, poisoning trust and fostering suspicion. What makes gossip particularly dangerous is that once it begins to circulate, it quickly takes on a life of its own, distorting and morphing the truth until a false and negative image of you becomes entrenched, often beyond your ability to stop. Gossip tends to focus on sensitive or negative aspects of your life or personality, with the intent to tear you down and cause deep harm. Even if the rumors have no basis in truth, they still gain traction because people are inclined to believe what they hear, especially when the gossip confirms their existing biases or suspicions. Additionally, the sensational and forbidden nature of rumors makes them even more compelling, causing them to spread rapidly as though they are undeniable truths. The consequences of malicious gossip can be severe, They can lead to social isolation, the loss of meaningful relationships, and even have significant repercussions for your personal life and career. Hatred fueled by rumors is among the most difficult types of hostility to confront, because you're not dealing with reality, but instead a distorted version of yourself that has been altered by others, whether deliberately or unintentionally. It is crucial to recognize the immense power that gossip can have over people's perceptions. While confronting this challenge may be difficult, remaining steadfast in your commitment to the truth, upholding your integrity, and refusing to be influenced by the negativity circulating around you are key. Keep in mind that your authenticity and transparency in every action are the most potent remedies against the venomous effects of rumors. By trusting in your own truth and consistently maintaining your values, you can dispel the falsehoods and gradually restore your image in the eyes of others. Ultimately, the strength of truth and integrity surpasses any lies or malice that life may throw your way. A significant contributor to interpersonal hostility is rooted in personal insecurities and projection, a complex reality that is often overlooked but plays a crucial role in fueling resentment and hatred. When people fail to confront and address their internal insecurities, those feelings can easily morph into envy, resentment, and eventually hatred toward others, especially those who seem to be free of similar fears or vulnerabilities. These insecurities can stem from various sources, such as past traumatic events, perceived failures, or relentless comparisons with others. As the philosopher Seneca once pointed out, when someone feels insecure, they unconsciously project these negative emotions onto others, particularly onto those who seem to possess the very qualities they fear or lack. For example, if someone feels insecure about their career, they may begin to harbor resentment toward a colleague who is thriving and advancing in their field. This projection acts as a psychological defense mechanism, helping a person momentarily cope with their own feelings of inadequacy by redirecting their negativity onto someone else, instead of addressing their own insecurities. Over time, this process can evolve into full-blown hatred, as the person views you as a constant reminder of their own perceived shortcomings and struggles. Another aspect of this dynamic is the sense of being threatened. Your achievements or positive qualities can act as a mirror, reflecting what others feel they lack. Instead of being inspired by your success, they may see it as a challenge to their own self-worth, which leaves them feeling diminished. This sense of inadequacy can spark a hostile reaction toward you. It's important to understand that these insecurities and the hostility they create are not a result of anything you've done. They are simply outward expressions of that person's internal battles. Recognizing this can help you avoid taking their negativity personally and allows you to maintain a healthier perspective in your interactions. Moreover, understanding this dynamic is an essential first step in approaching these emotions with empathy and compassion, which can help dispel unnecessary misunderstandings and foster a more positive and supportive environment. Another deeper reason why someone might develop resentment is a lack of empathy and understanding. In an ideal world, every interaction would be guided by empathy, where people could genuinely understand and connect with each other's experiences. However, reality often presents a different picture. One of the root causes of resentment is the absence of these essential qualities. When someone is unable to put themselves in another person's shoes or grasp what they are going through, an invisible wall starts to form. This barrier can lead to misunderstandings that eventually snowball into hostility. A lack of empathy is not simply the inability to feel the emotions of others. it is a failure to accurately recognize their motivations and responses. This misunderstanding leads to distorted reactions that can easily foster resentment, even in the absence of any real offense. Instead of attempting to understand the intentions behind another person's actions or words, individuals may misinterpret them as slights. Over time, this misinterpretation feeds negative emotions. When empathy is absent, people are more likely to fall into the traps of prejudice and snap judgments, viewing the world in black and white terms. This rigid way of thinking often results in shallow and unfair assessments of others, devoid of the tolerance necessary to appreciate the context. These judgments are frequently based on unfounded assumptions or surface-level impressions, without any genuine effort to understand the person or situation. As a result, they create fertile ground for resentment, which is rooted in ignorance and misunderstanding. This lack of empathy is often linked to self-centeredness. Narcissistic individuals, for example, are so consumed with their own concerns that they struggle to acknowledge or appreciate the experiences and emotions of others. Their self-absorption breeds indifference, causing them to disregard the successes or struggles of others with contempt or apathy. This attitude can easily be mistaken for hostility or even hatred, as those on the receiving end feel dismissed or belittled. It is important to recognize that in many cases, the resentment someone holds toward you is more a reflection of their own emotional limitations and struggles rather than any action you've taken. Understanding this can help you approach these situations with a more balanced perspective, enabling you to build bridges of understanding where possible or protect yourself from the emotional toll of others' negativity. This awareness allows you to stay grounded in compassion and manage these interactions with resilience and empathy. Competition or rivalry often gives rise to negative emotions, particularly when it becomes an unrelenting source of rivalry and comparison. Healthy competition can provide motivation for personal growth, but when it exceeds the bounds of healthy rivalry, it can transform into an unhealthy obsession, a burning resentment that seeks to see the other person fail or be brought down. Competition and rivalry are common in all areas of life, from the workplace to social circles and even within families. In moderation, they can inspire individuals to push themselves further, but when driven by insecurity, jealousy, or unresolved past grievances, this competition shifts from a source of motivation to an all-consuming fire. Instead of focusing on personal success, one becomes fixated on seeing others stumble. This shift occurs when someone feels perpetually overshadowed or undervalued by another person. Rather than using these feelings as motivation to surpass their own limits, they become fixated on diminishing or undermining the success of the other person. This sentiment intensifies when a person perceives the achievements or recognition of another as undeserved, or worse, as something that should have been theirs. As Marcus Aurelius once observed, unchecked rivalry can lead people into destructive behaviors such as defamation, sabotage, or personal attacks. When the desire to win at any cost overtakes a person's sense of ethics and morality, it leads to actions that are intended to harm others. These actions not only hurt the individual targeted, but also erode the character and integrity of those who engage in them. Recognizing competition and rivalry as potential sources of hatred is key to understanding the dynamics of these relationships. By identifying these emotions, whether in ourselves or others, we can work towards transforming competition into collaboration, or at the very least, learning how to compete in a healthy and respectful way. It's important to remember that one person's success does not diminish your own. There is plenty of room for everyone to shine, and adopting this mindset is a powerful way to combat the hatred that often arises from unchecked rivalry and competition. Social expectations can also be a significant source of negative feelings, especially when individuals feel that you are not conforming to the norms or standards they hold dear. Imagine living in a community where everyone is expected to adhere to certain cultural traditions or values, and you choose to take a different path. Perhaps you pursue an unconventional career or enter a relationship that doesn't fit traditional standards. For some, your choices may come as a shock or even cause discomfort or resentment as they challenge deeply held beliefs and values. This type of resentment often doesn't arise from you directly, but from the invisible pressures of societal expectation and a fear of the unfamiliar. Your decisions act as a mirror that forces others to confront contradictions within their own thinking, highlighting the rigidity of their beliefs. It's crucial to remember that this is your life. Your choices, big or small, are part of your unique journey towards personal happiness and fulfillment. You are not obligated to live according to the expectations of others, regardless of how strongly they object. Living authentically and following your own values are essential for your well-being and happiness. By embracing who you truly are and standing firm against social expectations, you can find the freedom to live a full and meaningful life. Don't let the judgments or expectations of others dictate your path. Instead, embrace your authenticity and have the courage to live a life that is truly yours. The lack of recognition is another deeply rooted source of resentment and negativity in human relationships. Everyone wants their efforts, successes, and contributions to be acknowledged, but when these contributions are forgotten or undervalued, bitterness can slowly accumulate and eventually turn into hatred. This is especially true in competitive environments, such as workplaces, family settings, or social circles, where the desire for recognition is high. As the philosopher Epictetus once stated, when someone feels that their achievements are underappreciated, it can easily become the seed of resentment towards those who seem to receive more attention. However, it's important to understand that recognition is subjective and varies from person to person. Some individuals require more validation and appreciation than others. To prevent the build-up of unnecessary negative feelings and to foster healthier, more positive relationships, it's essential to communicate openly and offer recognition at the right time. Navigating these complex emotional dynamics requires the ability to set boundaries with those who are caught up in their own issues and insecurities. Those who bring negativity and disturb your peace should be met with clear limits. Setting boundaries is not a sign of weakness, but rather a powerful act of self-preservation. Often the animosity directed at you has little to do with who you are and more to do with the person's internal struggles. Whether it stems from jealousy, misunderstanding, value conflicts, rumors, personal insecurity, lack of empathy, or competition. These negative emotions reveal more about the person who harbors them than about you. Remember, you are not responsible for the negative feelings of others, nor are you obligated to please everyone. By understanding these factors, you can develop a balanced perspective on relationships and avoid letting negativity impact your self-worth or worldview. Instead, focus on your own qualities and strengths and work on building positive, healthy relationships for yourself. In conclusion, I would like to offer a message of encouragement. Each of us is unique, with our own qualities, flaws, and individual paths to follow. The reasons why someone might dislike you are ultimately reflections of the inner battles they are fighting within themselves. So, continue your journey with integrity, kindness, and authenticity. Cherish those who genuinely respect and appreciate you for who you are, and by doing so, you will create a healthier and happier environment for yourself and those around you. I would love to hear about your personal journey and the triumphs you've experienced. Please hit subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and leave a comment below to share your story, your successes, and even the challenges you've overcome. If you're unsure about what to comment, simply write peacefulness to show that you've completed this session. Your engagement helps this community grow towards wisdom and the art of turning every challenge into an opportunity. I'll leave 2 more videos here for you to continue learning and growing on your personal development journey. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next video. Have you ever wished that someone would miss you deeply and long for you with all their heart? Well, relax, because today we're going to explore how you can make that happen. But I promise you, it won't be through desperate tactics. Instead, we're going to delve into the wisdom of Stoic philosophy combined with solid psychological principles. In this video, I'll share with you 14 foolproof tips that will help make the person you desire miss you and ultimately become obsessed with you. And at the end, I'll reveal the key strategies that can make all this a reality. So don't worry, stay tuned. Each tip might just hold the secret to achieving what you want. I've put together a collection of real, proven psychological studies, and when combined with Stoic philosophy, these will become your greatest tools of attraction. So much so that you will transform into the treasure everyone longs for. Rather than bombarding that special person with constant texts and attention, you'll learn to create an aura of scarcity, becoming that precious gem hidden behind a treasure hunt. Give yourself the importance you deserve, because, my friend, there's nothing more vital in any relationship than valuing oneself. But before we begin, if you find value in these videos, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you stay updated. Are you ready? Let's get started. First, let's talk about the importance of prioritizing personal encounters. We live in an age where our phones have become extensions of our hands. They help us stay connected, organized, and, at times, entertained. However, what happens when this little device starts to interfere with genuine human connections? Today, I want to discuss why prioritizing in-person interactions can make someone miss you and desire you more. Although it may seem like a Stoic philosophy concept, there's actually a great deal of ancient wisdom in this approach. Picture this. You're sitting at a coffee shop with a friend, and they're more focused on their phone than on engaging with you. It's like being invisible, isn't it? Now, flip the scenario. Imagine you're fully present, completely engaged in the conversation, free from distractions. The connection is deeper, more authentic, and when the time comes to part ways, that person will miss you, not because of anything extraordinary you said, but because you were genuine and fully present. The key is using your phone as a tool to organize these meetings, not to replace them. Of course, sending messages and making calls is helpful, but they should never become the core of our relationships. Human interactions are deeply rooted in our senses, smell, touch, and the shared laughter that can only occur in person. These are experiences that can't be replicated through a screen. If you want to make someone miss you and long for your presence, you need to be a bit like a hidden treasure, something valuable, not always available. By prioritizing face-to-face encounters, you're cultivating unique and memorable moments. A simple coffee, a walk together, a hug. These become meaningful experiences that leave a lasting impression. Think of it this way. Relationships are like plants. They need water, light, and, most importantly, time. Text messages are like tiny drops of water, enough to keep the plant alive, but not enough to help it bloom. Personal encounters, on the other hand, are like sunlight. Without them, the plant can never truly flourish. Supporting this idea, studies have shown that face-to-face interactions are crucial for mental health and happiness. For instance, Harvard University conducted a study that found that people who engage in regular personal encounters report higher levels of well-being and fewer feelings of loneliness. This happens because in-person interactions activate brain areas associated with reward and empathy, forging deeper emotional bonds. So the next time you're tempted to send a quick text, ask yourself, could this be done in person? If the answer is yes, go ahead and arrange a meeting, be it for coffee, a walk, or any activity that allows you to be genuinely present. And don't worry about always being available. Constant accessibility can lower your value. After all, what incentive does someone have to seek a deeper connection with you if you're always just a message away? Remember, sometimes absence makes the heart grow fonder. Let them miss your real presence. Don't be the open book left on the coffee table, but the book tucked away on a high shelf, waiting to be rediscovered. In conclusion, prioritize personal encounters. Use your phone to organize these meetings, not to replace them. Be the sunlight in people's lives, not just a drop of water. True connections are made in person, and by doing this, you'll create lasting memories and deeper relationships. Moving on to emotional independence. Have you ever thought about why some people seem to effortlessly attract others? The secret isn't some mysterious force of nature or a supernatural gift. It's emotional independence. This quality not only makes you more appealing, but it also leads to a more fulfilled and satisfying life. Imagine your life as a beautiful garden, full of flowers, fruit trees, and a small pond with fish. You are the gardener of this garden. If you rely on someone else to water your plants, fertilize the soil and remove the weeds, your garden will eventually wither. But if you tend to it with care and attention, it will flourish, drawing others in. Emotional independence isn't about being cold or distant. It's about having a full and exciting life of your own. It's about enjoying your hobbies, pursuing your goals, and being at peace with who you are. This way, when someone enters your life, you're not doing so from a place of need, but from a place of abundance. You're inviting them to a banquet you've already prepared, rather than waiting for the ingredients to show up. One of the foundational teachings of emotional independence comes from Stoic philosophy, which teaches us to focus on what we can control and let go of what lies beyond our reach. For instance, you can't control whether someone misses you or wants you, but you can control how you live your life, how you engage with activities you enjoy, and how you take care of yourself. If you want someone to long for you, the key is not to be constantly available, always texting or making plans. What keeps a viewer hooked in a thrilling movie is the intrigue and anticipation. Similarly, if you're always present, there's no chance for the person to miss you. But if you completely disappear from their view, there's a risk of being forgotten. It's all about striking a delicate balance, like a dance. To achieve this, nurture your own life. Enroll in that painting course you've always wanted to try, go for a morning run, dive into a book that excites you, and make time to enjoy your own company. Not only will this make you more interesting, but it will also give you a confidence and security that are utterly irresistible. Like a subtle, yet intoxicating fragrance that lingers after you. A study published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology found that emotionally independent people tend to have healthier, more fulfilling relationships. Those with strong emotional autonomy are perceived as more attractive, and they experience less conflict and greater satisfaction in their relationships. Remember, emotional independence is a journey, not a destination. There will be days when you feel vulnerable or needy, and that's okay. What matters is that you continue tending to your garden day after day with patience and care. Emotional independence is the key to a vibrant, fulfilling life and to attracting others from a place of abundance, not need. You are the gardener of your own life, and the more you flourish, the more others will be drawn to you. Always keep in mind this truth. A fulfilling life is built from within, not from the expectations of others. Lastly, let's touch on patience in love. We're often sold the idea of love at first sight, the excitement, the butterflies in our stomachs. But what happens when those butterflies turn into moths that consume our peace of mind? In this tip, I'm going to discuss something we should all practice more of. Patience in love. Don't rush into love before you truly know the person. Yes, it might sound boring or even a little stoic, but trust me, it makes sense. Imagine you're at the supermarket. You walk directly to the fruit section and spot a shiny apple. Instantly, you feel excited, pick it up and purchase it without much thought. But when you get home and take that first bite, you discover that the inside is rotten. This is a perfect analogy for love. Often we get swept away by appearances and the emotions of the moment, forgetting the most crucial thing, really taking the time to get to know the person. Building a relationship is like constructing a house. It needs a solid foundation. And how do you create that foundation? It's not rocket science. You take the time to talk, to understand their values, dreams, and fears. A truly intimate connection doesn't develop overnight. It's a process, one that takes patience and care. Ask yourself if you share similar values and visions for the future, because these are the elements that will help the relationship withstand the inevitable storms that come. A study by Stanford University, led by psychologist Carol Dweck, highlights the power of a growth mindset in relationships. According to Dweck, people who approach relationships as a continuous process of growth and learning are more likely to experience success. This mindset encourages you to take the time to genuinely get to know the other person rather than rushing and expecting perfection from the start. Now, let's explore how to make someone miss you and want you. At first glance, this might seem manipulative, but in reality, it's about valuing yourself and establishing your own sense of worth. Think of it like morning coffee. It's more enjoyable when you don't drink it every day. In terms of love, this means maintaining your independence, pursuing your passions, and not becoming an extension of the other person. Give yourself and them space. Don't feel compelled to respond immediately to every message or be available around the clock. By doing so, you not only make the other person appreciate you more, but you also create space to reflect on whether this relationship is truly worth your time and emotional investment. It's not about playing mind games, but about striking a healthy balance. Constant availability can feel suffocating and lead you to be taken for granted. Think of yourself as a good book, one that deserves to be read carefully, not just skimmed. Patience in love is a virtue, one that many overlook, but it can make all the difference between a fleeting romance and a lasting bond. Getting to know someone well before falling in love and maintaining a healthy balance between presence and independence are essential elements in building a solid, intimate relationship. So the next time you feel those famous butterflies in your stomach, take a deep breath and remember that good things take time. As I've said before, true love isn't the kind that comes quickly. It's the one that remains when everyone else has gone. Now let's dive into the concept of the connection bubble. Imagine you're with a special person and suddenly the world around you fades away. The noise dies down and all that matters is the connection between the two of you. This is the connection bubble, a space that not only strengthens the relationship but also creates unforgettable moments that both of you will cherish. So how do you make someone miss you and desire your presence? The answer isn't a magic trick. It's a combination of authenticity and some practical approaches. First, be genuine. Stoic philosophy teaches us the importance of living authentically, staying true to our values. In a relationship, this means being yourself, without masks. Authenticity lays the groundwork for any meaningful connection. When you are genuine, you create space for the other person to be themselves too, which fosters a dynamic of trust and comfort. And you know what's more attractive than anything else? Confidence. The connection bubble isn't created overnight. It's like a dance. Imagine you're on the dance floor with your partner, moving to a rhythm that only the two of you can hear. To keep this dance going, you need to be in sync. This means paying attention to details, actively listening, and responding with empathy. When your partner feels heard and understood, the connection deepens. A study by psychologist John Gottman, an expert on relationships, underscores the importance of emotional attunement. Gottman found that couples who practice attunement, being emotionally present, listening actively, and responding empathetically, are far more likely to stay together. When you apply these principles, you create an environment where the other person feels valued and understood. But how do you get someone to miss you? This is where the balance between presence and absence comes into play. If you're always available, your presence may be taken for granted. Instead, by subtly withdrawing from time to time, you give the other person space to think about you and miss you. It's like tending to a plant. It needs water, but too much can drown it. You need to find the right balance for it to bloom. For instance, when you're in that connection bubble, make sure you're creating meaningful memories. It's not just about grand gestures, but also the small details, a spontaneous message, an inside joke, or a shared meaningful glance. These moments become emotional anchors that the other person will remember when you're not around. Stoic philosophy also teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. You can't force someone to miss you, but you can be the best version of yourself and create moments worth remembering. At the end of the day, what attracts people most is the quality of the connection they feel with you. To wrap things up, remember that the connection bubble is a sacred space that only the two of you can create. Be authentic, listen closely, and find the balance between being present and giving space. Doing this not only makes someone miss you and desire you, but it also helps build a relationship based on mutual understanding, love, and respect. In case you're not quite getting it, my friend, love is not about possession. It's about connection and shared freedom. The key is being genuine and creating meaningful moments that, while small, hold great significance. This connection bubble will become a safe refuge where they'll always want to return. Lastly, let's explore the power of silence. Have you ever considered just how powerful silence can be? In a world overflowing with noise and constant chatter, We often overlook the potential of what can be achieved through a simple look or a moment of quiet. Perhaps it's time to realize that you don't always need to speak. Sometimes just being there is enough. Think about this. Silence has an undeniable magic. Picture yourself in the middle of a heated conversation where words are flying like bullets. Instead of continuing to argue, you choose to remain silent, observing. That silence isn't empty, it's full of meaning. The exchanged glances in that moment can speak louder than 1,000 words. Now, let's apply this idea to the art of making someone miss you and want you. It may seem complicated at first, but it's simpler than you think if you incorporate a bit of Stoic philosophy and recognize that sometimes absence is far more powerful than constant presence. You've probably heard the phrase, "less is more," and in human relationships, this often holds true. Just like in a recipe where too much salt can ruin the dish, being too present can diminish your value in the other person's eyes. If you're strategically absent, your presence becomes something more precious, something to be savored and longed for. The trick is to create space for the other person to miss you, not by disappearing entirely, but by finding the right balance. Think of it like a musician who knows when to pause during a performance. These silences make the music richer and more exciting. In the same way, absence can build anticipation, creating a spark that makes someone realize how much they truly need you. A psychological study from the University of Virginia found that people tend to value interactions more when there is a time gap between them. Researchers discovered that even brief moments of absence can make people appreciate the relationship more. This phenomenon is known as the scarcity effect, where something becomes more valuable simply because it's not always available. So, how do you achieve this without seeming indifferent? The key lies in subtlety, in the power of looks and gestures. A single, intense glance can linger in someone's memory far longer than an entire conversation. A small gesture of affection, an unexpected detail, can be more effective than being present all the time. Strive to leave behind traces that are not easily seen, like the wind. Though invisible, its presence is felt and missed when there's no silence to reveal its absence. Simple communication is the key to connecting at a deeper level. Stoic philosophy teaches us to appreciate these moments, recognizing that presence is not always physical. Sometimes the most significant impact comes from what remains unspoken. Allow silence to work its magic, and you'll see how people begin to notice your absence and yearn for your presence. The next time you want someone to miss you and long for your company, remember that words aren't always necessary. Being present in silence can be enough. As Epictetus said, true power lies in the silence that speaks louder than any words. Authenticity plays a central role in how we connect with others. Have you ever felt like you're acting in life as though you're playing a part that doesn't fit you? Trying to be someone you're not, adjusting your behavior and words to fit the desires of others can lead to a significant disconnect. Authenticity and honesty are the foundation of any meaningful relationship. Being genuine is not about being flawless, but about being yourself, embracing both your strengths and your flaws. Imagine being an open book, not one with empty pages where anyone can write their own narrative, but a book filled with adventures and even some darker chapters. Authenticity is about showing your book as it is, without embellishment or removing uncomfortable parts. When you allow yourself to be authentic, you let others truly get to know you and form a genuine connection. You are no longer playing a role or following a script. You are simply being yourself. Honesty is the glue that holds your authenticity together. There's no point in showing yourself as authentic if you are not also being honest with your feelings and thoughts. Honesty isn't just about avoiding lies, but about being transparent, saying what you really feel, even if it's uncomfortable. How do you make someone miss you and want your presence? There are no magic tricks or formulas. The key is to be authentic and honest. When you are transparent about who you are and how you feel, you forge a connection that transcends the superficial. Psychology backs this up. A Harvard study revealed that people who are seen as authentic and honest tend to form more valued and satisfying relationships. Think of authenticity as a recipe for a great dish. When you use quality ingredients and follow the process properly, the outcome is delicious. But if you rush or substitute with poor quality ingredients, the result will disappoint. Authenticity and honesty are the quality ingredients in any relationship. Of course, being authentic and honest doesn't mean being rude or insensitive. It's about striking a balance between expressing yourself and respecting the other person. If you wonder whether this works, the answer is yes. People are drawn to those who are genuine and unafraid to express their true selves. Their authenticity becomes a light that attracts others. So, next time you wish someone would miss you, remember, don't waste time pretending to be someone else. Be authentic, be honest, and watch how the magic unfolds. It's not about impressing others. It's about being truthful, and at the end of the day, people value sincerity above all. As Marcus Aurelius said, authenticity reflects the true beauty of a person. Avoiding seduction techniques is crucial to creating genuine connections. You've probably heard countless times about infallible techniques to win someone over. They promise that if you do this or that, the other person will be at your feet. But that's all a myth. Seduction techniques are like cheap paint on a wall. They might look attractive for a while, but over time, they fade and reveal the truth. If you want someone to miss you and desire your presence, start by being authentic. Stop pretending to be a character in a soap opera. Following pre-established seduction techniques is like wearing a Halloween costume. You might fool some people for a while, but eventually the facade will crack. Picture yourself on a first date, using rehearsed lines and behaving in a way that doesn't even feel like you. It may work temporarily, but who wants to be with someone who isn't genuine? Stoic philosophy teaches us to live according to our true nature and be authentic with ourselves. If you pretend to be someone you are not, the facade will inevitably fall. There is nothing more attractive than someone who is genuine and unfiltered. So, how do you make someone miss you and want your presence without resorting to cheap tricks? The answer is simple. Be yourself. Authenticity always wins. When you show up as you are, you create a real, lasting connection. It's not about saying the right things or making the right moves. It's about being vulnerable and real. A study by psychologist William Swan, known as the self-verifying theory, found that people are drawn to others who show their true identity and are recognized and appreciated for it. Being authentic isn't just more satisfying, it's also more effective in forming meaningful, lasting connections. To connect with someone in a true way, leave behind the masks and techniques. Share your thoughts and feelings honestly, and don't be afraid to show your vulnerabilities. They are what make you human, and therefore attractive. Ask genuine questions, listen attentively, and create a space where both of you can share and grow. This kind of connection will make the other person think of you when you're not around. Remember, the key to being missed and desired isn't in artificial seduction techniques, but in authenticity. Let go of the tricks and masks and show up just as you are. Only then will you create a relationship that is truly meaningful and worth having. As Seneca wisely said, there is no greater seduction than the naked truth of who you truly are. True communication of freedom is a liberating experience. There's nothing more magical than feeling free to be yourself, and that feeling can be fostered in a relationship where you are encouraged to be authentic. Stoic philosophy teaches us that internal freedom is one of the greatest gifts we can both offer and receive. But how do we communicate this freedom to another person? First, make it clear that you are free with them. There's nothing more attractive than the feeling of being accepted for who you truly are. Think of it like taking off your shoes after a long day. It's an immediate feeling of release. Similarly, offer that same freedom to the other person. Allow them to shed their masks and be their true selves. It may sound idealistic, but freedom is about living in the present moment, without judgment of the past or worrying about the future. Psychology supports this idea as well. A study by the University of Rochester found that relationships where individuals feel free and autonomous are much more satisfying. According to the researchers, when people feel they can be themselves and their choices are respected, they experience greater well-being and a deeper connection with their partners. If you're wondering how to make someone miss you and want your presence, the answer lies in offering freedom. Don't obsess over every message or measure the value of your relationship by the frequency of communication. Instead, create a safe space where the other person can truly be themselves. Imagine being an oasis in the middle of a desert, a place where someone can recharge and find peace. That, my friend, is irresistible. And don't worry about past baggage. Let it stay where it belongs, in the past. Focus on what you can share now, creating genuine moments that will be remembered. When you focus on the present, you create meaningful experiences that stay with the other person. Freedom is fundamentally tied to trust. Trust in yourself and in what you have to offer. You don't have to be perfect to be authentic. Authenticity is like a refreshing breeze on a hot day. It's welcome and soothing. When you show up as your true self, without apologies, you create a space where others feel safe to do the same. In this space of authenticity and mutual acceptance, something genuine and deep can grow. There are no magical techniques or step-by-step guides for this, but think of how you can embody the freedom you seek. If you want someone to miss you, don't burden them with constant reminders of your presence. Instead, become like a pleasant memory, like a catchy song that lingers in their mind. Be the person who offers space to breathe and is always willing to listen. Communication rooted in freedom doesn't involve games or manipulative strategies. It's about creating an environment where both individuals can truly be themselves, enjoying the present without being weighed down by the past. The true essence of connection lies in trusting the authenticity of what you share with one another. Freedom, at its core, is the greatest attraction you can offer. Remember this: there is no greater freedom than to be fully yourself in the company of another. This freedom is the key to establishing a genuine and lasting connection. When it comes to desire, the idea is not about forcing it, but allowing it to naturally grow. Think of the plant you water and care for. If you keep giving it constant attention without letting it breathe, it may eventually wilt. Desire in relationships works the same way. Sometimes less is more. Giving someone the space to miss you is essential. It's not about disappearing entirely, but rather about offering them a break, so they can feel your absence and long for your presence. Imagine you're the star of an amazing movie. If people watch it repeatedly without pause, the excitement will eventually fade. The same happens in relationships. Constant contact can dull the mystery and excitement that keep things fresh. The key is balance. Let the relationship breathe. Don't always be available. If your presence is always at their fingertips, they may take it for granted. Think of yourself as a fascinating book, something to savor in small doses, not something to devour in one sitting. Stoic philosophy encourages us to seek moderation in all things, and this principle is valuable in relationships as well. It's not about playing games, but rather about maintaining a sense of mystery and individuality. Research by psychologist Sandra Murray at the University of Buffalo supports this idea, showing that couples who maintain a sense of independence within their relationship report higher satisfaction and desire. A little distance, she finds, gives people space to reflect on their partner and appreciate their presence more. It's also crucial to cultivate your own interests and passions. This not only makes you more attractive, but gives you something to talk about when you meet. When you're not together, the other person will not only miss you, but will also miss hearing about the interesting things you do. Maintaining independence is essential. No one wants to be with someone who depends entirely on the relationship for their happiness. You must continue growing as a person, pursuing your own goals and ambitions. This principle is deeply embedded in Stoic teachings about self-sufficiency and self-discipline. Physical space is equally important. If you live together or spend a lot of time in the same space, get out of the house, take a walk by yourself, read in a cafe, or pursue an activity on your own. When you return, your time apart will feel like a breath of fresh air. Communication remains key. It's not about vanishing without a word, but about establishing healthy boundaries. Speak openly about the importance of personal space and how it benefits both partners. Honesty and transparency build trust and mutual respect. Creating space is not about playing tricks or disappearing entirely. It's about allowing room for desire to grow. By being independent, maintaining your own interests, and communicating openly, you can encourage both yourself and the other person to miss and appreciate each other more. Desire thrives on the freedom to grow and breathe, and in relationships, that means balancing time spent together with space for individuality. Now, let's talk about attachment. It's common to yearn for meaningful connections, as if every interaction might be the last drop of water in an endless desert. However, Stoic philosophy teaches us the importance of not clinging to any one connection. It may sound counterintuitive, especially in a world where connections are just a touch away, but the secret is not to obsess over them. Think of yourself like the sun, bright and unique. Not every planet will revolve around you, but there will always be one that does. You don't need to force connections. Let them happen naturally. Trust that if a connection doesn't materialize, it's because something better is waiting for you. This mentality brings freedom and makes you more attractive. When you let go of desperation, you shine with self-confidence, which acts as a powerful magnet. Imagine you're a gardener. If you water a plant out of desperation, it won't thrive. Instead, tend to your own garden. Focus on your hobbies, friendships, and personal growth. Allow yourself to bloom and become a more fascinating person. Absence, as the saying goes, makes the heart grow fonder. When you're not always available, the other person will begin to appreciate you more. They'll long for your company because it isn't always there. Research from Stanford University shows that security in oneself is one of the most attractive qualities a person can possess. People who exude self-confidence and don't depend on others for validation tend to attract more interest. This type of emotional independence and self-affirmation is essential for creating stronger, more lasting connections. This doesn't mean playing mind games or disappearing without a word. It's about balancing time and energy, giving enough to show you care, but holding back a little to maintain your own sense of self. It's a delicate balance between being present and giving space. Remember, the Stoics believed in accepting things as they are, not fighting against what's inevitable. Rather than clinging to what could be, appreciate what you have in the moment and trust that what is meant for you will arrive at the right time. Lastly, leaving toxic relationships is crucial for your well-being. Imagine life as a journey with a backpack that you carry with you. At first, you might not notice the weight, but over time, the burden becomes overwhelming. You must decide what to carry with you and what to leave behind in order to move forward with more lightness and happiness. The same applies to toxic relationships. No matter how much you try, some relationships will never improve. If you find yourself in a relationship that makes you feel heavier, sadder, or unappreciated, it's time to reevaluate and perhaps let go. Recognizing a toxic relationship is not always easy. You might question whether you're overreacting. This is when the perspective of close friends can be invaluable. They can offer a clearer view of the situation. If multiple trusted people agree that a relationship is harming you, it's worth taking their advice seriously. Relationships should be places of mutual respect, appreciation, and positive energy. If your efforts are consistently unacknowledged, or if your feelings are disregarded, it's time to step back. Remember, surrounding yourself with people who appreciate you is essential for your emotional health. A study conducted by the University of California in Los Angeles revealed that having healthy, supportive relationships can greatly enhance happiness and reduce stress levels. Now, when it comes to making someone miss you and want you, the answer doesn't lie in manipulating or forcing situations. The real key is authenticity and valuing yourself. When you make the decision to let go of a toxic relationship, it sends a clear and strong message that you have enough self-respect not to settle for less than you deserve. This can serve as a reality check for the other person. Sometimes the best tools for making someone realize they miss you are distance and time. To make someone miss you, first, you must learn to enjoy your own company. Dedicate time to your hobbies, explore new activities, and surround yourself with positive people. Work on your personal growth. Stoic philosophy teaches us to find peace within ourselves and not to rely on external circumstances for our happiness. By focusing on your own development, you naturally become a more attractive person, not just to others, but to yourself as well. Letting go of toxic relationships is also an act of self-love. Though it is challenging, it is essential for your emotional well-being and growth. Learn to value yourself, seek support from your friends, and make sure to surround yourself with people who truly appreciate you. By letting go of what no longer serves you, you make space for what you truly deserve. Next, let's talk about the power of positivity. Have you ever wondered how to make someone miss you? No, we're not talking about becoming a love magician, but rather becoming a person so positively magnetic that others simply want to be around you. You should aim to be like that morning cup of coffee that everyone needs to start the day with a smile. That is the kind of energy you should evoke in the people around you. But how can you achieve this without seeming forced or unnatural? The answer lies in adopting a Stoic philosophy, combined with a sense of humor and a great deal of positivity. This approach not only works, but it is also highly effective. Being a positive person doesn't mean you ignore problems or live in a fantasy world. Instead, it means facing life with resilience and optimism. When you can see the glass as half full and inspire others to do the same, people will be naturally drawn to you. Positivity, like sunlight, is something everyone gravitates toward, although they might not want it constantly. The key is balance. If you manage to keep a cheerful and calm demeanor even in difficult times, people will be attracted to you because you radiate peace and well-being. This is one of the fundamental teachings of Stoic philosophy, maintaining inner peace regardless of external circumstances. A study conducted by the University of California in 2008 showed that people with a positive attitude and those who practice optimism are more likely to form stronger and more satisfying interpersonal relationships. This research underscores how positivity not only improves our personal well-being, but also strengthens our bonds with others. Now, let's move on to the role of humor. Having a sense of humor doesn't mean being the clown of the group, but rather it means being able to laugh at yourself and at the little, unimportant things. Humor is a powerful tool for breaking the ice and forming genuine connections. For example, when faced with a setback, instead of complaining, find the humor in the situation. Laughter is contagious and can lighten the mood, making people associate your presence with positive experiences. A useful technique here is to adopt what we might call strategic lightness. Imagine yourself as someone who rises above daily problems with a calm and positive outlook. This approach will not only help you maintain a good mood, but will also attract others who desire that same lightness in their own lives. To be someone who others miss and desire, you must combine positivity with humor. This combination will make you more attractive and help you create deeper, lasting relationships. From a Stoic perspective, staying calm and joyful in the face of challenges will make people seek your company. Remember, positivity and humor aren't about denying reality. They are about choosing how you wish to face it. Be the ray of sunshine in others' lives, and you'll soon find that they want more of your light. Now, let's turn to an important piece of advice. Don't be in a hurry to fall in love. How often have you found yourself staring at the ceiling, wondering when the person who will change your life will appear? Popular culture bombards us with the idea that we need someone else to be happy. But what if I told you that love comes when you least expect it? In the meantime, you have something much more important to focus on: yourself. Stoic philosophy teaches us a key lesson. Tranquility and self-control are essential for a fulfilling life. You don't need someone else to complete you. You are already a complete person, just as you are. Instead of searching for someone to fill a void, focus on yourself. Working on your personal growth may seem like a never-ending task, but it is this dedication that will make you shine brighter. Think of your life as a garden. If you spend all your time waiting for someone else to plant flowers for you, you will miss out on the beauty of growing your own. By investing time in your passions, friendships, and skills, you'll build a richer, more fulfilling life. The more you enrich your own life, the more you'll have to offer when the right person comes along. Waiting for love can feel frustrating, especially in a world where instant gratification is the norm. But love doesn't follow the rules of fast delivery. It can't be ordered like a package from Amazon, and that's okay. The waiting period has its own magic. It's in that pause where you truly get to know yourself and figure out what you want in a partner. A study by psychologist Susan Sprecher from Cleveland State University shows that people who take time to work on their personal growth before entering a relationship tend to experience more satisfying and lasting relationships. These individuals, who aren't in a rush to find love, are clearer about what they seek in a partner and develop stronger self-esteem. Life isn't a race, and love isn't either. You can spend hours searching for a shooting star and see nothing, but when it finally appears, you'll realize it was worth the wait. When love comes into your life, it will be a result of all the time you spent nurturing yourself. When two people who have cultivated their personal gardens meet, the beauty is indescribable. Remember, love isn't about completing someone or being completed. It's about sharing your fullness. So don't rush. True love isn't something you chase. It finds you when you're ready. Finally, let's talk about the value of friendship and mutual support. Have you ever thought about how to make someone miss you? There's no magic trick, but there is something often overlooked: the importance of friendship and mutual support. In a world where relationships seem fleeting, a strong foundation of friendship can be the key to building lasting, meaningful connections. Often we focus too much on passion, chemistry, and the fireworks that occur at the start of a relationship. But what happens when that initial spark fades? This is where friendship becomes essential. A deep, authentic friendship doesn't just keep the flame alive. It provides the support necessary for any relationship to thrive. Imagine your relationship as a house of cards. The passion and attraction are like the delicate cards placed on top, fragile and vulnerable to the smallest disruption. On the other hand, friendship and mutual support form the solid foundation of the structure, much like the sturdy base of a house of cards. Without this strong base, the entire structure would collapse at the slightest gust of wind. From the very beginning, I promised to provide you with a series of infallible recommendations. Pay close attention to them, and feel free to revisit this video as many times as you deem necessary. Now let's talk about how to build a solid friendship that will make someone miss you and desire your presence even more. Here are a few simple yet effective steps you can follow. First, become a good listener. While we all enjoy talking, listening is an art in itself. Show genuine interest in what the other person has to say and pay close attention to their words. It's in the little details that we demonstrate our care for others, and this helps to create a deeper and stronger bond. Second, share your interests and passions. Stoic philosophy teaches us that true contentment comes from within and not from depending on others for our happiness. Share the hobbies, books, and movies that inspire you. Doing so helps create common ground and fosters a sense of connection and understanding. Third, provide support in difficult times. Life isn't always smooth sailing, and when someone faces hardships, being there for them in their darkest moments creates a unique bond. It is during these challenging times that the strength of your relationship will truly be tested. Fourth, be authentic. Never try to be someone you're not. Authenticity is not only attractive, but it also builds a foundation of trust. By being true to yourself, you open the door to finding someone who values and loves you for who you really are. This idea is not just based on common sense. Research supports the importance of authenticity and friendship in relationships. Studies conducted by John Gottman, a renowned psychologist and relationship expert, reveal that couples who prioritize and value friendship in their relationships experience greater happiness and have marriages that last longer. In fact, Gottman found that 70% of marital satisfaction can be attributed to the quality of the friendship between partners. This reinforces the notion that a solid foundation of friendship not only strengthens the relationship, but also increases the chances that both partners will miss each other and desire each other more. A relationship grounded in friendship and mutual support is like a fine wine. It only gets better with time. Passion and chemistry may ignite at the beginning of a relationship, but it is the strength of the friendship that will keep it enduring and strong. So, if you want someone to miss you and want you, focus on building a deep and meaningful friendship and be a constant source of support for them. Life can be complicated and chaotic, but with a solid foundation of friendship, any relationship can withstand the storms. Remember, it's not about being the most attractive or charming person in the room, but about being the friend and companion that everyone would want to have. True friendship and mutual support are not obligations. They arise from the genuine pleasure of being there for one another. Next time you wonder how to make someone miss you, remember that the key may lie in the strength of the friendship and mutual support you offer. So, take the time to build your house of cards with a solid foundation, and you'll enjoy a lasting and fulfilling relationship. If you found this lesson valuable, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments. Love comes when you're ready, so please don't forget to subscribe, turn on notifications, and leave a comment to let YouTube know that these videos are helping you. I also encourage you to check out the 2 most recent videos recommended for you. I truly appreciate your time and support. See you next time. Have you ever been stopped by someone who just couldn't believe your age? Maybe they thought you were years, if not a decade, younger than you actually are. At first, it might seem like just a compliment. But what if I told you that looking younger than your age isn't just about good genes or skin care? It's a sign, an indicator of something much deeper, something hidden within your psychology, your mindset, and even your life choices. People who look younger often share distinct psychological traits, and today I'm about to reveal what they are. If you've ever been told you don't look your age, pay close attention because this might explain why. Before we begin, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe because I'll be sharing more eye-opening content like this and you don't want to miss out. 1. You have an unbreakable spirit. Have you ever noticed how some people go through the worst storms in life, yet still manage to look untouched by time? They face heartbreak, betrayals, financial struggles, and personal losses. But when you look at them, you'd never guess the battles they've fought. Their secret? An unbreakable spirit. Your mind controls your body more than you think. The weight of stress, anxiety, and emotional burdens doesn't just exist in your thoughts. It carves itself into your skin, your posture, and even the way you carry yourself. People who seem to defy aging are not just lucky. They have learned how to master their emotions instead of letting their emotions master them. They understand one of life's most brutal truths. Stress is a silent killer, and it doesn't just take away your peace, it takes away your youth. Look at those who age prematurely. More often than not, they are people who have allowed stress to consume them. They dwell on their failures, hold on to grudges, and live in a constant state of worry. This mental state forces the body into survival mode, increasing cortisol levels, the stress hormone responsible for wrinkles, dull skin, and overall exhaustion. It doesn't just make you look older, it makes you feel older too. But then there are those who refuse to let stress dictate their lives. No matter what happens, they get back up. They take the blows, but they don't let the bruises remain. They have this deep-rooted resilience, a kind of mental toughness that keeps them from drowning in negativity. And guess what? Their faces reflect that strength. Their skin remains vibrant, their eyes stay full of life, and their presence radiates energy. If you've ever been told that you look younger than your age, ask yourself, are you someone who keeps moving forward despite hardships? Do you laugh in the face of adversity instead of letting it break you? If so, you may have cracked the ultimate secret to agelessness, not just in appearance, but in spirit. And if you haven't yet mastered this, the best time to start is now. Let go of what you cannot control. Find strength in your struggles. Refuse to be defeated, because while life will try to wear you down, only you have the power to decide whether it leaves a mark on your soul or your face. 2. You embrace change instead of fearing it. Have you ever met someone who, despite their age, has this unstoppable energy, the kind that makes you question if time even affects them? They move through life with excitement, curiosity, and openness that seems almost childlike. These are the people who have discovered the ultimate key to staying young, embracing change instead of fearing it. Stubbornness is one of the fastest ways to age, mentally, emotionally, and physically. When people resist change, they trap themselves in cycles of stress, frustration, and stagnation. Their minds grow rigid, their habits repetitive, and their bodies begin to reflect the weight of their unwillingness to adapt. This resistance doesn't just affect their mood, it manifests in their posture, their expressions, and even the way they carry themselves. You've probably seen it. The frown lines, the stiffness, the energy of someone who is simply existing rather than truly living. Now think about those who seem ageless, even in their 50s, 60s, or beyond. They are the ones who don't let time define them. Instead of clinging to the past, they welcome new experiences. Instead of saying, "I'm too old for this," they say, "Why not?" They are lifelong learners, willing to grow, evolve, and try things outside of their comfort zone. This flexibility isn't just good for the soul, it's a powerful anti-aging weapon. Science backs this up. People who constantly learn new skills, explore different ideas, and remain socially and intellectually engaged maintain stronger brain function and healthier bodies. Their minds stay sharp and their spirits remain lively, which naturally reflects in their appearance. There's a certain glow to someone who embraces life with open arms. Their faces don't carry the heaviness of regret or the stiffness of resistance. Instead, they radiate a youthful energy that is undeniable. So if you ever wonder why some people look much older than they are, while others seem to defy time, look at their attitude toward change. Those who resist it age faster, both inside and out. But those who flow with life, who see every twist and turn as an adventure, remain youthful not just in looks, but in spirit. The truth is, aging isn't just about the passing of years. It's about how you respond to the changes that come with them. If you refuse to evolve, you will feel old long before your time. But if you embrace the unknown, stay curious, and never let yourself grow mentally stiff, you will carry an energy that makes people wonder, what's your secret? 3. Your mind is always curious. Have you ever met someone whose energy is so vibrant, so alive, that they seem untouched by time? They could be 40, 50, or even 60, yet they have the spark of someone half their age. What's their secret? It's not just good genetics or a fancy skincare routine. It's their curiosity. Most people assume that youth is only about how you look, but that's a lie. True youth starts in the mind. The moment you stop being curious, stop asking questions, stop learning, you start aging in ways that no anti-aging cream can fix. A dull mind leads to a dull body. People who let life become repetitive, who settle into routines without ever exploring new things, slowly lose the energy that once made them shine. You can see it in their posture, in their tired eyes, in the way they speak. They aren't living, they're simply existing. Now contrast that with someone who is endlessly curious. These are the people who never stop learning, who always want to know more about the world, about people, about themselves. They pick up new hobbies, ask deep questions, challenge their own thoughts, and see life as an adventure rather than a burden. Their minds stay sharp, and as a result, their bodies follow. Science backs this up. Mental stimulation keeps the brain active, reducing cognitive decline and even slowing down the aging process. But curiosity does more than just keep your mind fresh. It changes your entire energy. Have you ever noticed that people with youthful curiosity have a certain glow? Their eyes are brighter, their expressions are more animated, and they carry an aura of excitement. They don't see life as something that's slipping away. They see it as something to keep discovering, and that mentality alone reflects in their physical appearance. So if people often tell you that you look younger than your age, take a moment to think. Are you someone who is always curious? Do you find joy in learning new things? Do you challenge yourself to grow instead of just going through the motions? If the answer is yes, then you've unlocked one of the most powerful secrets to staying young. Because the truth is, youth isn't just about the years you've lived. It's about the fire in your mind. Keep that fire alive, and time will never truly catch up with you. 4. You express your emotions freely. Have you ever noticed how some people carry the weight of the world on their faces? Their eyes seem tired, their expressions hardened, and their presence feels heavy, as if life itself has worn them down. Now compare them to those who look younger than their age. Their faces are lighter, their eyes brighter, and there's a softness in the way they carry themselves. What's the difference? Emotional expression. Emotions are not meant to be locked away. When you suppress your feelings, whether it's sadness, anger, frustration, or even joy, you create an inner tension that your body absorbs. It builds up like poison, increasing stress levels, tightening your muscles, and manifesting as deep lines on your face. Years of unexpressed emotions don't just weigh down your mind, they physically alter your appearance. Think about someone who holds in their emotions all the time. They keep a straight face, never allowing themselves to fully laugh, cry, or speak their truth. Over time, this emotional suppression takes a toll. Stress hormones like cortisol rise, accelerating aging by damaging skin elasticity, draining energy, and even weakening the immune system. These are the people who look older than they are, not because of genetics, but because of the emotional weight they refuse to release. Now look at those who age gracefully, who look younger than their years. What do they have in common? They allow themselves to feel. When they're happy, they don't hold back their laughter. When they're sad, they don't pretend to be fine. They cry, they talk, they release. They are emotionally honest, and this honesty keeps them youthful. Their faces don't carry the tension of years of unspoken words or suppressed pain. Instead, they remain expressive, vibrant, and full of life. It's no surprise that cultures that encourage open emotional expression tend to have people who appear more youthful and energetic. Emotional release is a natural anti-aging tool, one that no expensive product can replace. Studies show that people who openly express emotions tend to have lower levels of stress and better overall health, both physically and mentally. So, if you've ever been told that you look younger than your age, It might not just be because of good skincare or genetics. It could be because you don't let emotions rot inside you. You speak, you laugh, you cry, and you release. And in doing so, you free yourself not just mentally but physically. Because the truth is, the face is a reflection of the soul. And those who let their emotions flow freely, they stay young, not just in appearance, but in spirit. 5. You surround yourself with positive energy. Have you ever walked into a room and immediately felt drained, as if the air itself was heavy? Or spent time with someone who, after just a few minutes, left you feeling exhausted? That's because energy is contagious, whether it's positive or negative, and if you constantly expose yourself to negativity, it doesn't just affect your mind, it slowly wears down your body, making you age faster. The truth is, the people you surround yourself with have a direct impact on your youthfulness. If you're constantly around individuals who complain, criticize, or drain your energy with their pessimism, it physically takes a toll on you. Stress levels rise, your body tenses up, and over time you start carrying that negativity in your posture, your face, and even your health. You see it in people who seem far older than their actual age. Tired eyes, deep frown lines, and an overall heaviness in their presence. But then there are those who look effortlessly young, no matter their age. They have a radiance, a glow, an energy that feels alive. What's their secret? They carefully choose their environment. They spend time with people who lift them up, who inspire them, who bring laughter instead of complaints. They know that negative energy is a slow poison, and they refuse to let it infect their lives. Science backs this up. Studies show that positive social interactions reduce stress hormones and even slow down the aging process at a cellular level. Laughter, genuine connection, and uplifting conversations don't just make you feel better, they keep your body younger. Ever wonder why some people seem to glow with youth despite their years? It's because they surround themselves with people who fill them with life, not drain it from them. Look around you. Are the people in your life adding to your energy or taking from it? If you find yourself constantly surrounded by negativity, it might be affecting you in ways you don't even realize. But the good news is, you have the power to change it. Choose positivity, and your body will thank you for it. Because at the end of the day, youth isn't just about how you look. It's about the energy you carry. And that energy is shaped by the people you allow into your world. So if you've been told that you look younger than your age, it might not just be luck. It could be a sign that you've surrounded yourself with the kind of energy that keeps you truly alive. 6. You live with passion and purpose. Have you ever looked at someone and thought they looked tired of life? Their face lacks expression, their posture is heavy, and their energy feels drained, as if they're just going through the motions, waiting for time to pass. Now contrast that with someone who radiates life, someone who speaks with excitement, whose eyes light up when they talk about their dreams, whose presence feels electric. The difference? Passion, purpose, a reason to wake up every morning. People who lack passion often appear older than their years. When life feels empty, when there's nothing exciting on the horizon, it shows. The human body reacts to emotional stagnation just as much as it reacts to physical inactivity. When you're disconnected from your purpose, your mind becomes dull, your spirit dims, and your body follows. The result? A face that looks tired, aged, and uninspired. But then there are those who glow with youthful energy, no matter their age. They don't wake up dreading the day. They wake up driven, excited, ready to create, build, and experience. This passion fuels them from the inside, and it reflects outward. You can see it in their expressions, in the way they move, in the way they carry themselves, with enthusiasm and vitality. And the science backs it up. Studies show that having a sense of purpose reduces stress, lowers inflammation, and even extends lifespan. When you're actively pursuing something that excites you, whether it's a career, a hobby, or a personal mission, your brain produces more dopamine and serotonin, the very chemicals responsible for happiness and youthful energy. These chemicals keep your skin glowing, your body active, and your spirit alive. If you've been told you look younger than your age, it might not be just genetics. It could be because you have something that fuels your soul, something that gives you a reason to keep pushing forward with excitement. So ask yourself, are you just existing, or are you truly living? Because if you're lost in routine, uninspired and stagnant, it's not just your mind that suffers. Your body will show it too. But if you have passion, if you have a goal that ignites your spirit, you will carry an energy that defies age itself. Because in the end, youth isn't about how many years you've lived. It's about how alive you feel inside. And those who live with passion, they never truly grow old. 7. You let go of the past. Have you ever seen someone who carries the weight of their past on their face? Their eyes seem distant, their expression tired, as if they are trapped in memories they can't escape. The truth is, holding on to regret, resentment, or guilt doesn't just affect your mind, it physically changes you. It burdens your body, increases stress, and over time, it makes you age faster than you should. The past is heavy. Every unresolved conflict, every painful memory, every mistake you replay over and over again. It all takes a toll on your health, both mentally and physically. Stress hormones like cortisol rise when you dwell on things you can't change, and over time, they lead to premature aging, wrinkles, and even illness. People who hold on to bitterness often develop a hardened, worn-out look, as if life itself has drained them. And in a way, it has. But then there are those who seem light, vibrant, and effortlessly young, no matter their age. What's their secret? They don't let the past define them. They've made peace with what's behind them. They understand that carrying old pain only hurts them, not the people who caused it. Instead of clinging to regret, they focus on the present. Instead of living in past mistakes, they choose growth, healing, and freedom. Science supports this. Studies have shown that people who practice forgiveness and mindfulness have lower levels of stress, better immune function, and even a longer lifespan. When you let go of grudges and regrets, your body follows suit. It releases tension, repairs itself, and allows you to maintain a youthful, radiant presence. If you've been told that you look younger than your age, it might not be just genetics. It could be because you refuse to let the past weigh you down. You've chosen to live in the moment, to move forward instead of looking back. And that mindset, it keeps you young inside and out. So ask yourself, what are you still holding on to? Is it anger, guilt, resentment? Whatever it is, it's not just hurting your soul, it's aging you. But the moment you decide to let go, to stop carrying what no longer serves you, you'll feel something incredible, lighter, freer, younger. Because in the end, the past is a burden, and those who release it, they carry a glow that time can't touch. So if you've ever wondered why you look younger than your age, now you know. It's not just about genetics, but about your mindset, your lifestyle, and your energy. And if you don't look younger yet, maybe it's time to adopt these powerful psychological habits. If you found this video insightful, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more content that reveals the hidden truths about life and psychology. Share this with someone who always gets mistaken for being younger. They might find it just as fascinating as you did. And now, tell me in the comments, what's the craziest age mistake someone has made about you? I'd love to hear your stories. Stay youthful, stay powerful, and I'll see you in the next video.